Yo, P, good morning, bro. What's good with you? See if I can get this shit right here done. It's a lot of white to paint. Oh, man. Damn. Hey, good morning, Wendy. I wrote a new song last night. All right. Gotta go to church. I listened to, damn, I don't know if it was the most recent one, but I realized I had missed the episode too. Let me check that shit out. Man, this cold is fucking up, bro. I cannot get my head straight. Yo, I missed the opportunity to go to the T.I. concert. I think T.I. is going to be up here on Wednesday. But never grabbed any tickets for it or took the time off of work. I've been sick the past couple of days, so I ain't even think about shit else. I don't know why. What made me think about that shit earlier? I was like, damn, ain't this the week T.I. supposed to be up this way? Oh, Rubber Band Man. You better come and see me ASAP. 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 Oh boy. Turmeric. I should maybe some ginger and turmeric tea. Oh damn. All right. Oh, somebody started following me on somebody follow me on Suno. See what they got right here. Mommy Lotta.
Mommy, what I know say, see if I go away. They look like me, but I'm not going yet. What do we know? Into the let it go. Baby, don't let it go. Mommy, what I know say, see if I go away. They look like me.
I can't understand that shit. Whatever that is. The beat was hard though. You got tasting beats. All right, bro. Here go the new song right here. It's called ACEs. ACEs stands for Adverse Childhood Experiences.
I done yeah. I done been on many interviews and talked about my past. How my mama was a crackhead and I barely knew my dad. Just another statistic stuck in the city, so sad. Arrested my development, something like Peter Pan. I ain't had fairies, just a snub nose and some Hail Marys. When you up close, you must know. Removing the veil is scary. Conversations with the ghost. I'll sleep when I'm dead and buried. Nothing new, you can tell me. Apocalypse, Machiavelli, adverse childhood experiences. I remember when the first time I saw mommy passed out from her medicine. First time I saw my dad sell dope. Kill my innocence the first time. I pimped a couple bitches for some dividends. Now my business is legitimate. Moving it a different crowd. Plus I'm hard to intimidate. Never threw in the towel with a scowl on their face. The print still makes them bow. The work will speak for itself. You ain't gotta do it loud. Used to be a menace, now I'm militant. Hyper-focused and diligent. Nature or nurture. ACEs equivalent to all the trauma that the kid witnessing. Used to be a menace, now I'm militant. Hyper-focused and diligent. Nature or nurture. ACEs equivalent to all the trauma that the kid witnessing. My parents had to struggle and fight with their own demons. I became an innocent bystander for no reason. I wasn't OCD. I was seeking some cohesion. Wasn't depressed, just had nothing to believe in. So grandma gave me God, but I couldn't accept it. She always had trouble trying to answer my questions. It seemed like religion always kept me guessing, but I read the whole Bible, so I get the message. Gotta take this life for what it is, the only one you get. Cause this thing gets heavy and impossible to comprehend. Everybody go on and tell you what they recommend. Better do your own thing when you hear that record spins. Hold yourself accountable, you're more than just an animal. Maintain your balance when the Bibles try to challenge you. Speaking from positions of power will change their attitude. Gotta learn to master the pain, don't let it master you. Hyper-focused and diligent. Nature or nurture. ACEs equivalent to all the trauma that a kid witnesses. Used to be a menace, now I'm militant. Hyper-focused and diligent. Nature or nurture. ACEs equivalent to all the trauma that a kid witnesses. Used to be a menace, now I'm militant. Hyper-focused and diligent. Nature or nurture. ACEs equivalent to all the trauma that a kid witnesses. Used to be a menace, now I'm militant. Hyper-focused and diligent. Nature or nurture. ACEs equivalent to all the trauma that a kid witnesses. I done been on many interviews and talked about my past. How my mama was a crackhead and I barely knew my dad. Just another statistic stuck in the city, so sad. Arrested my development, something like Peter Pan. I ain't had fairies, just a snub nose and some Hail Marys. When you up close, you must know. Removing the veil is scary. Conversations with the ghost. I'll sleep when I'm dead and buried. Nothing new, you can tell me. Apocalypse, Machiavelli, first childhood experiences. I remember when the first time I saw mommy passed out from her medicine. First time I saw my dad sell dope. Kill my innocence the first time. I pimped a couple bitches for some dividends. Now my business is legitimate. Moving a different crowd. Plus I'm hard to intimidate. Never threw in the towel with a scowl on their face. The print still makes them bow. The work will speak for itself. You ain't gotta do it loud. Used to be a menace, now I'm militant. Hyper-focused and diligent. Nature or nurture. ACEs equivalent to all the trauma that a kid witnesses. Used to be a menace, now I'm militant. Hyper-focused and diligent. Nature or nurture. ACEs equivalent to all the trauma that a kid witnesses. My parents had to struggle and fight with their own demons. I became an innocent bystander for no reason. I wasn't OCD. I was seeking some cohesion. Wasn't depressed, just had nothing to believe in. So grandma gave me God, but I couldn't accept it. She always had trouble trying to answer my questions. It seemed like religion always kept me guessing, but I read message. Gotta take this life for what it is, the only one you get. Cause this thing gets heavy and impossible to comprehend. Everybody gonna wanna tell you what they recommend. Better do your own thing when you get that record spins. Hold yourself accountable, you're more than just an animal. Maintain your balance when the vipers try to challenge you. Speaking from positions of power will change their attitude. Gotta learn to master the pain, don't let it master you. Used to be a menace, now I'm militant. Hyper-focused and diligent. Nature or nurture, ACEs equivalent to all the trauma that a kid witnesses. Used to be a menace, now I'm militant. Hyper-focused and diligent. Nature or nurture, ACEs equivalent to all the trauma that a kid witnesses. Used to be a menace, now I'm militant. Hyper-focused and diligent. Nature or nurture, ACEs equivalent to all the trauma that a kid witnesses. Used to be a menace, now I'm militant. Hyper-focused and diligent.
What do you think about this track, bro? Well, I need to maybe I can erase. I see some extra pencil marks I can probably try to get off instead of trying to paint over these shits. Alright. Damn, where that other that shit across the hallway? What is this? Alright. He said, been drinking, about to raid the kitchen. Been drinking, about to go raiding. I even made I had chat make a cover page. I mean, well, album cover for this shit. Why this nigga look like? Is that Jay-Z back there? No. Neglect, abuse, household dysfunction, poverty, violence, substance abuse, mental illness, incarceration. Then here you got a little kid sitting by himself, parents fighting. You got the fucking city, the nighttime city, kids seeing fucking cop cars. You got your rap notebook. I didn't describe any of that shit. I just gave chat the lyrics. Yo, chat be critiquing the hell out my shit, yo. I ain't gonna lie. Like the last couple of songs. Well, I started with Nova, trying to actually build a whole persona around her, and chat helped me make the prompt for her. But it kept giving me ideas for like song titles and themes. And so now I slide my lyrics over to chat, like, yo, what you think about this? And it be finding all my fucking mistakes, because I be plugging the lyrics in 3 or 4 times and fucking up with different words. So it be catching that shit for me and giving me the feedback on like which bars are the best, or I would tighten up this part or tighten up that part. I remember the first time I forgot what song it was. It was race. And in the first set of lyrics I wrote, I said something about autism or autistic. And chat was like, yeah, I would take that bar out if I was you. And I ain't even gonna lie, yo. After I said the verse a couple of times, I was like, yeah, talking about autism, that shit gonna like touch somebody. I was like, I better switch that shit up. And then chat told me the same thing. I was like, bro, I was already thinking that shit. Anyway, here go lyrics right here to the new John.
I done yeah. I done been on many interviews and talked about my past. How my mama was a crackhead and I barely knew my dad. Just another statistic stuck in the city, so sad. Arrested my development, something like Peter Pan. I ain't had fairies, just a snub nose and some Hail Marys. When you up close, you must know. Removing the veil is scary. Conversations with the ghost. I'll sleep when I'm dead and buried. Nothing new you can tell me. Apocalypse, Machiavelli, adverse childhood experiences. I remember when the first time I saw mommy passed out from her medicine. First time I saw my dad sell dope, kill my innocence. The first time I pimped a couple bitches for some dividends. Now my business is legitimate, moving a different crowd. Plus I'm hard to intimidate, never threw in the towel. With a scowl on their face, the print still makes them bow. The work will speak for itself, you ain't gotta do it loud. Used to be a menace, now I'm militant. Hyper-focused and diligent, nature or nurture, ace is equivalent to all the trauma
that shit was great,
man. Used to be a menace, now I'm militant. Hyper-focused and diligent, nature or nurture, ace is equivalent to all the trauma that a kid witnesses. My parents had to struggle and fight with their own demons. I became an innocent bystander for no reason. I wasn't OCD, I was seeking some cohesion. Wasn't depressed, just had nothing to believe in. So grandma gave me God, but I couldn't accept it. She always had trouble trying to answer my questions. It seemed like religion always kept me guessing, but I read the whole Bible, so I get the message. Gotta take this life for what it is, the only one you get. Cause this thing gets heavy and impossible to comprehend. Everybody gonna wanna tell you what they recommend. Better do your own thing when you hear that record spins. Hold yourself accountable, you're more than just an animal. Maintain your balance when the Vipers try to challenge you. Speaking from positions of power will change their attitude. Gotta learn to master the pain, don't let it master you. Used to be a menace, now I'm militant. Hyper-focused and diligent, nature or nurture, ace is equivalent to all the trauma that a kid witnesses. Used to be a menace, now I'm militant. Hyper-focused and diligent, nature or nurture, ace is equivalent to all the trauma that a kid witnesses. Used to be a menace, now I'm militant. Hyper-focused and diligent, nature or nurture, ace is equivalent to all the trauma that a kid witnesses. Used to be a menace, now I'm militant. Hyper-focused and diligent, nature or nurture, ace is equivalent to all the trauma that a kid witnesses. I done been on many interviews and talked about my past. How my mama was a crackhead and I barely knew my dad. Just another statistic stuck in the city, so sad. Arrested my development, something like Peter Pan. I ain't had fairies, just a snub nose and some Hail Marys. When you up close, you must know. Removing the veil is scary. Conversations with the ghost. I'll sleep when I'm dead and buried. Nothing new you can tell me. Apocalypse, Machiavelli, adverse childhood experiences. I remember when the first time I saw mommy passed out from her medicine. First time I saw my dad sell dope, kill my innocence. The first time I pimped a couple bitches for some dividends. Now my business is legitimate, moving a different crowd. Plus I'm hard to intimidate, never threw in the towel. With a scowl on their face, the print still makes them bow. The work will speak for itself, you ain't gotta do it loud. Used to be a menace, now I'm militant. Hyper-focused and diligent, nature or nurture, ace is equivalent to all the trauma that a kid witnesses. Used to be a menace, now I'm militant. Hyper-focused and diligent, nature or nurture, ace is equivalent to all the trauma that cohesion. Wasn't depressed, just had nothing to believe in. So grandma gave me God, but I couldn't accept it. She always had trouble trying to answer my questions. It seemed like religion always kept me guessing, but I read the whole Bible, so I get the message. Gotta take this life for what it is, the only one you get. Cause this thing gets heavy and impossible to comprehend. Everybody gon' wanna tell you what they recommend. Better do your own thing when you hear that record spins. Hold yourself accountable. You're more than just an animal. Maintain your balance when the Bible try to challenge you. Speaking from positions of power will change their attitude. Gotta learn to master the pain. Don't let it master you. You used to be a man, it's now militant. Hyper focused and diligent. Nature or nurture. Ace is equivalent to all the trauma that a kid witnesses. Used to be a man, it's now militant. Hyper focused and diligent. Nature or nurture. Ace is equivalent to all the trauma that a kid witnesses. Used to be a man, it's now militant. Hyper focused and diligent. Nature or nurture. Ace is equivalent to all the trauma that a kid witnesses. Used to be a man, it's now militant. Hyper focused and diligent. Nature or nurture. Ace is equivalent to all the trauma that a kid witnesses.
Nah, the trip was good, bro. I got to see all the family, took pictures of everybody.
I done been on. Yeah. I done been on many interviews and talked about my past. How my mama was a crackhead and I barely knew my dad. Just another statistic stuck in the city, so sad. Arrested my development, something like Peter Pan. I ain't had fairies, just a snub nose. Some Hail Marys. When you up close, you must know. Removing the veil of scary conversations with the ghost. I'm sleeping out, dead and buried. Nothing new you can tell me. Apocalypse, Machiavelli, adverse childhood experiences. I remember when the first time I saw mommy passed out from her medicine. First time I saw my dad sell dope, kill my innocence. The first time I pimped a couple bitches for some dividends. Now my business is legitimate, moving a different crowd. Plus I'm hard to intimidate, never threw in the towel. With a scowl on their face, the print still makes them bow. The work will speak for itself. You ain't gotta do it loud. Hyper focused and diligent. Nature or nurture. Ace is equivalent to all the trauma that a kid witnesses. Used to be a man, it's now militant. Hyper focused and diligent. Nature or nurture. Ace is equivalent to all the trauma that a kid witnesses. My parents had to struggle and fight with their own demons. I became an innocent bystander for no reason. I wasn't OCD. I was seeking some cohesion. Depressed, just had nothing to believe in. So grandma gave me God, but I couldn't accept it. She always had trouble trying to answer my questions. It seemed like religion always kept me guessing, but I read the whole Bible, so I get the message. Gotta take this life for what it is, the only one you get. Cause this thing gets heavy and impossible to comprehend. Everybody gon' wanna tell you what they recommend. Better do your own thing when you hear that record spins. Hold yourself accountable, you're more than just an animal. Maintain your try to challenge you, speaking from positions of power will change their attitude. Gotta learn to master the pain, don't let it master you. You used to be a minister, now I'm militant. Hyper focused and diligent. Nature or nurture. Ace is equivalent to all the trauma that a kid witnesses. Used to be a militant. Hyper focused and diligent. Nature or nurture. Ace is equivalent to all the trauma that a kid witnesses. Used to be a militant, hyper focused and diligent. Nature or nurture. Ace is equivalent to all the trauma that a kid witnesses. Used to be a menace, now militant. Hyper focused and diligent. Nature or nurture. Ace is equivalent to all the trauma that a kid witnesses.
All right, we already got 8 songs on this album, bro. Let's talk about it. Addiction. Lost Love is a remix. We already put that out there. Should I even count that as a song? We got 7 new songs and 1 updated song in here. Let's talk about it. Addiction. Lost Love. Oh, Tyria. It's not a new song that I've written recently, but this is an unreleased song. Taria, Run It Back, Artist Talk, Favor, and now we have Aces. I'm not gonna lie, I keep listening to this album. Like all the hooks are really like singy R&B hooks. Um, but I'm really loving this shit, man. Just the content of it. I mean, they're all like me just breaking myself down and trying to understand myself. But this is a fun project. I think it sounds good. And even though I'm delivering very detailed personal stories, I still feel like um, they're highly relatable. I almost said that in this last song that I wrote. I was trying to figure out a way to say like because I'm talking about ACEs, adverse childhood experiences. We all have that shit. That's not just me. Yo, kids see some crazy shit growing up sometimes, especially if you're in a weird fucked up family. Um, so we all experience some type of trauma, whether it's once or whether it's one traumatic experience where we don't really remember it into adulthood and it doesn't have like a major effect on us, or we experience tons and tons of terrible shit as kids and it fucks us up as adults and we don't know why we can't fucking get shit right, why our relationships aren't healthy, and why we have all these weird addictions and weird habits. And it's because of the way we were raised and the environment we came up in and the guardians who were supposedly the ones to keep us safe and help us understand the world in the first place. So that's not unique to me at all. But I think I'm so far, I feel like I've been able to give like some pretty decent, detailed storytelling with these songs. Um, and that makes them not great songs sometimes. They're good songs. It's not a great song. It's hard to make a storytelling song a great song unless you're like into that kind of shit. But I feel like they're all really good songs, even though they're the storyteller. All right, so I think I can't cover that shit no more than that. I'm gonna get into this white paint. We're gonna try to cover this white background, and we're gonna run through this album one time and check it out. Keep looking for some hiccups and stuff. I may try to do 2 more songs and make it 10 tracks. Right now, this is pretty good.
People often ask why trauma stays with us for so long. The truth is, it doesn't stay in the past. It follows us into adulthood, into our relationships, our addictions, our anger, our fears. But healing begins the moment we're willing to talk about it.
Whenever you're ready. Whenever you're ready.
And I think the vocals are getting a little better too. Like they mostly sound like me.
I don't believe in love or religion, so it's a mystery. Why I'm granted enough time to heal the misery. Everybody says he's blessed. Look, well, isn't he? I should have been dead a long time ago. Statistically, shattered home in Philly streets. Cause it had me on the corner selling drugs at 13, having sex at 13. You thought it was a game, but honestly, that shit hurt me. Hadn't fueled in my corruption, it just made me the villain. Barely had respect for women or those in active addiction. Kept roaring in the crowd, I kept my distance, had to build a resistance, blocking out the peer pressure, people, places, and things. Get your character real measure. Got in shootouts with weak niggas over thin cheddar. When I think about it, goosebumps change my skin texture. Let's talk about it. All the pain and the shame, all the hurt and the blame, and the shit never changed. Let's talk about it. All the guilt and the danger, all the rage and the anger makes me wanna grab my banger. Let's talk about it. The reason and excuse, the liquor and drug use, self-medication too. All the pain and the shame, all the hurt and the blame, and the shit never changed. Let's talk about it. All the guilt and the danger, all the rage and the anger makes me wanna grab my banger. Let's talk about it. The reason and excuse, the liquor and drug use, self-medication too. Yes. Yeah. Sometimes it's hard to sleep and even harder to dream, cause my thoughts keep flowing, got me caught in a stream. Hurt people, it's a horrible thing, and the emotional damage even harder to see, hard to believe. I had depression and anxiety, no coping skills. I was shut down quietly, or let my anger get the best of me, explode violently. A menace to society, selling drugs and variety. The game will train us all like Pavlov's dog. In some ways it ain't your fault. Yeah, train of thought is molded by things you taught. So I smoked hella weed and kept my brain in the fog. Now I seek to resolve all of my traumas. Made a promise to myself to quit running from the problems. Regardless, overcoming hardships, hardest thing to conquer, but nothing will get solved if you don't start talking. Let's talk about it. All the pain and the shame, all the hurt and the blame, and the shit never changed. Let's talk about it. All the guilt and the danger, all the rage and the anger makes me wanna grab my banger. Let's talk about it. The reason and excuse, the liquor and drug use, self-medication too. Let's talk about it. All the pain and the shame, all the hurt and the blame, and the shit never changed. Let's talk about it. All the guilt and the danger, all the rage and the anger makes me wanna grab my banger. Let's talk about it. The reason and excuse, the liquor and drug use, self-medication too. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it.
Every family, any person, color, creed, it doesn't care what you believe, just as long as you
Proceed. Yeah. Hard to understand addiction if you've never been a victim or a child who had to witness residue all on the dishes, chasing dragons in the kitchen. Then they drag you while you kicking the yellow, fighting and hitting the safety. And love was missing in the 80s. Crack went crazy, dropped off in the hood. I heard Caucasians, Richard Nixon, Ronald Reagan started war against the epidemic and of systemic racism. Stuck in the system, now we all gotta face the consequences.
Yo, this album.
Addiction to my mother and my uncle too. Hella resentment, cause it really screwed me as a youth. Addiction is not a condition that you can choose. But forgiveness is something we and kids suffer the most. If they leave us to expose, little Travis stood froze, watch me treat her no. Couldn't comprehend the actions that she chose. Rather be on twinkle toes, so she left us all alone. So much of my fam addicted. I know that shit genetic. Since I was a young boy, I could see the connections. Dare to keep kids off drugs, that was the message. But who cares when both of your parents died your domestic? Feeling neglected, stuck in the system, not alone. Lucky I had my sister. Things could have turned out different, glad they didn't. Grandma had the wisdom plus her intuition. Took us from the city, tried to raise us as a Christian, did the best he could with the damage that was done. Tried to patch up her grandkids from the trauma that was done. Had to leave my mom with the drugs and the slums, but she prayed every night that she would overcome her addiction. I took my mother and my uncle to resentment, cause it really screwed me as a youth. Addiction is not a condition that you can choose, but forgiveness is something we all can use. It touches
every family, any person, color, creed,
color, creed.
it doesn't care.
It doesn't care
you proceed.
When you died, it just hurt me so much inside, and I cried.
And I heard the angel say that everything would be okay.
My lost love.
Yeah. She gave birth to my mother, but raised me like a son. Cause mommy ran them streets all night, having fun. She took us out of foster care when no one else cared. Some people turned their backs and gave her all kinds of stares. 55 trying to raise 3 grands, cause she lived by the book, tried to reach the promised land. Genesis to Revelation, she can teach it to you. On her faith mission pulpit, she'll preach it to you. Gave me tough love and showed me how to be a man. Never spared the rod and tried to help me understand life is too short to stay with childish ways. But she helped most of my childhood be great. Then my grandma got sick and slowly passed away. In 2006, buried on her birthday. Now she can have her flowers without any pain. I was born as a prince, but she made me a king. And some days it still feels like I lost my love. But I know you're always looking down on me from above.
When you died, it just hurt me so much inside,
And I cried, yeah.
and I cried.
And I heard the angel say that everything will be okay.
My lost love.
Yeah.
When you died, it just hurt me so much inside,
And I cried,
I cried.
and I heard the angel say that everything would be okay.
My lost
Love, elementary, middle to high school. You told me stay on top of my books and follow all the rules, but I wanted to stay in the streets and follow all the fools. Started smoking that weed and cigarettes, trying to be cool. When I dropped out of school, I know I disappointed you. Then I headed back to Philly, trying to make some power moves. But you always let me know I had a home to come to. When I'm crying on the phone about the things I'm going through. When you told me staying strong was the thing I had to do. And your words of wisdom would just brighten up my day. You love me and I would say the same. And all the good times are burnt in my brain. I tried to fight it back, but the rain still came. And I still feel the pain, cause you gone to the grave. I can't see your face, but the love is still the same. But you never saw my son, and I'm the one to blame.
And still I miss you. And still I miss you.
From the bottom of my heart.
It just hurt me so much inside,
And I cried, yeah.
and I cried.
And I heard the angel say that everything would be okay.
My lost love. When you died, it just hurt me so much inside,
And I cried, yeah.
and I cried.
And I heard the angel say that everything would be okay.
My lost love.
House, entertainment. Trip. House, entertainment. Yeah, I love my big sis. As some little kids, we went through some mess, but she never quit. Must admit, Tyree Prince kept me safe, show me love. I'm her little bro, she my bestie. Siblings can be a blessing, I just wanna make you proud. Sometimes it can get messy, but we always write it out. So I had to write it out. Yeah, I love my big sis, that's my ride, do or die. Ever since a juvenile, all I had was you and I. Yeah, I love my big sis, that's my ride, do or die. Ever since a juvenile, all I had was you and I. And now look, our kids are grown, and our love is still strong. Family bonds set on the the surname, gonna carry on. When I need advice, you never let me wrong. Plus, she pray to Christ so she can see your devil horns. Dodge you like a matador. Love to travel, always on the go. Got the dreads locking low, young with an old soul. Watch out when it go mode. Yeah, I love my big sis, that's my rider. Do or die. Ever since a juvenile, all I had was you and I. Yeah, I love my big sis, that's my rider. Do or die. Ever since a juvenile, all I had was you and I. Trap house
Entertainment.
These niggas blend in, they ain't your friend. They full of caps, they just pretend. I'd rather shit in the sink than sink in the shit. Let that shit sink in. I recommend you put in work. I hustle hard, I know my worth. I'm an asshole, I'm a jerk. But being real still has its perks. On this green earth, there's too much turf. Just find your lane and get there first. All your liars get dispersed. So leave all your doubts in the herd. You can't be ugly and be broke. Choose a struggle, can't be both. Elbow, grease the antidote. Blow that smoke and make them choke. Hey. Ain't no time to run it back. Play. With your life and lose it fast. Hey. Ain't no time to run it back. Play. With your life and lose it fast. If you got a good connection, then you can receive the message. Look out for the interception. Be discreet and use discretion. Moving in a new direction. All these other niggas lost. I chose to use protection. All these other niggas soft. I break you up, I get involved. Ain't no problem, big or small, that we can't solve. I'm book smart with some common sense. I speak assertive, move and dominant. All my contributions are prominent. My accomplishments get scholarships. I got hella fans, they show hella love. You ain't want it bad, you ain't felt enough. Can't want it back, had to level up. Now the opportunities chasing up. Hey. Ain't no time to run it back. Play. With your life and lose it fast. Hey. Ain't no time to run it back. Play. With your life and lose it fast.
That's a little sleeper on that right there, yo.
Looking back,
It all makes sense now.
just how I can sit down at my easel and chill with a big smile.
Yeah.
All right, bro.
Always was an art kid, happy I never lost it. Always loved drawing and coloring, it was awesome. My name in bubble letters on my trapper never keep a flossing. The other kids wanted 1.25, I would charge them. I started out good, I ain't even had to try. I had a natural talent that burned deep inside. I was fascinated by the shapes, colors, and lines. I was amazed by the form, function, and the design. In middle school, Miss Baker introduced me to Basquiat. She said I needed to be more creative, not nonchalant. Signed me up for a summer program with a single spot, but me trying harder was a single caveat. She switched grades. Couple years later, we went to high school. The same art teacher for 5 years was mad cool. Cash rules. I was making guap when I hopped out. So in 11th grade, I decided to drop out.
You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink.
Yeah.
You can lead him in knowledge, but you can't make him think.
Yeah.
You can give him in an army, but that won't make him great.
Yeah.
You can give him in a brush, but that won't make him paint.
We all know discipline decides what survives. Your talent is a seed that dies or deprived. Every time I ran the streets, the art still stayed alive. Now I live with my passion like it's chained to my side. A decade went by, I ain't gonna lie, I ain't tried to draw a damn thing or sketch up a new design. I guess I slowly started losing interest. Over time, that street life took over, so I left it all behind. One summer day, I was bored out my mind. I didn't call any chicks, didn't kick it with the guys. Instead, I went to the craft store, gathered a few supplies. Then I chilled by myself and painted Afro Samurai. I moved to VA and met Bill. That dude was too real. Let me take his class for free and show me lots of new skills. But I had to keep painting as a part of the deal. I looked them in the eyes and I promised them that I will. My teachers gave me a gift. Only believe in myself, cause your perspective will shift with just the littlest help. Learn to protect all your passions, that's where the happiness kept. But first you gotta love yourself, sometimes it's hard to
You
accept.
lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink.
Yeah.
You can lead him in knowledge, but you can't make him think.
Yeah.
You can give him in an army, but that won't make him great. You can give him in a brush, but that won't make him paint.
Yeah, yeah.
You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. You can lead him in knowledge, but you can't make him think.
Yeah, yeah.
You can give him in an army, but that won't make him great.
Yeah.
You can give him in a brush, but that won't make him paint. Looking back, it all makes sense now. Just how I can sit down at my easel and chill with a big smile.
Art and education.
Art and education.
Only giving so much time. Hope you get it all in life. Searching hard and you will find the real meaning into your life. Yeah. Life won't always be in your favor. Everything you see won't be your flavor. Enjoy the small wins, they all ain't major. Don't let haters change your behavior. Do your two-step, be your true self. They stay pressed cause you knew best. No old baggage, no new regrets. No old habits, plus no new stress. Life ain't always lights and lasers. A bunch of late nights and a lot of hard labor. You see paint and ink, stain my fingers. Losing all hope makes you shake like a pager. Life ain't always lights and lasers. A bunch of late nights and a lot of hard labor. You see paint and ink, stain my fingers. Losing all hope makes you shake like a pager. Overcame my fears, I had to be resilient. Shit took years and a nigga still building. Mastered the craft and mastered the millions. Mastered the math and passed to the children. Back in the building, bail out the truck. You fell out of favor and ran out of luck. We all been there, no savior showed up. And it's hard to show love when the streets so tough. Life ain't always lights and lasers. A bunch of late nights and a lot of hard days. When you see pain and ink, shame my fingers, losing all hope makes you shake like a pager. Life ain't always lights and lasers. A bunch of late nights and a lot of hard days. When you see pain and ink, shame my fingers, losing all hope makes you pager. Real meaning to your life. Only given so much time. Hope you get it all in line. Searching hard and you will find real meaning to your life. I done been on many interviews and talked about my past. How my mama was a crackhead and I barely knew my dad. Just another statistic stuck in the city, so sad. Arrested my development, something like Peter Pan. I ain't had fairies, just a snub nose and some Hail Marys. When you up close, you must know. Removing the veil of scary conversations with the ghosts. I sleep when I'm dead and buried. Nothing new, you can tell me. Apocalypse, Machiavelli, adverse childhood experiences. I remember when the first time I saw mommy passed out from her medicine. First time I saw my dad sell dope, kill my innocence. The first time I pimped a couple bitches for some dividends. Now my business is legitimate, moving a different crowd. Plus I'm hard to intimidate, never threw in the towel. With a scowl on their face, the print still makes them bow. The work will speak for itself, you ain't gotta do it loud. Used to be a menace, now I'm militant. Hyper-focused and diligent, nature or nurture. Ace is equivalent to all the trauma that a kid witnesses. Used to be a menace, now I'm militant. Hyper-focused and diligent, nature or nurture. Ace is equivalent to all the trauma that a kid witnesses. My parents had to struggle and fight with their own demons. I became an innocent bystander for no reason. I wasn't OCD, I was seeking some cohesion. Wasn't depressed, just had nothing to believe in. So grandma gave me God, but I couldn't accept it. She always had trouble trying to answer my questions. It seemed like religion always kept me guessing, but I read the whole Bible, so I get the message. Gotta take this life for what it is, the only one you get. Cause this thing gets heavy and impossible to comprehend. Everybody gonna wanna tell you what they recommend. Better do your own thing when you hear that record spins. Hold yourself accountable, you're more than just an animal. Maintain your balance when the vipers try to challenge you. Speaking from positions of power will change their attitude. Gotta learn to master the pain, don't let it master you. Used to be a menace, now I'm militant. Hyper-focused and diligent, nature or nurture. Ace is equivalent to all the trauma that a kid witnesses. Used to be a menace, now I'm militant. Hyper-focused and diligent, nature or nurture. Ace is equivalent to all the trauma that a kid witnesses. Used to be a menace, now I'm militant. Hyper-focused and diligent, nature or nurture. Ace is equivalent to all the trauma that a kid witnesses. Used to be a menace, now I'm militant. Hyper-focused and diligent, nature or nurture. Ace is equivalent to all the trauma that a kid witnesses. I done been on many interviews and talked about my past. How my mama was a crackhead and I barely knew my dad. Just another statistic stuck in the city, so sad. Arrested my development, something like Peter Pan. I ain't had fairies, just a snub nose and some Hail Marys. When you up close, you must know. Removing the veil of scary conversations with the ghosts. I sleep when I'm dead and time I saw mommy passed out from her medicine. First time I saw my dad sell dope, kill my innocence. The first time I pimped a couple bitches with some dividends. Now my business is legitimate, moving a different crowd. Plus I'm hard to intimidate, never threw in the towel. With a scowl on their face, the print still makes them bow. The work will speak for itself, you ain't gotta do it loud. Used to be a menace, now I'm militant. Hyper-focused and diligent, nature or nurture. Ace is equivalent to all the trauma that a kid witnesses. Used to be a menace, now I'm militant. Hyper-focused and diligent, nature or nurture. Ace is equivalent to all the trauma that a kid witnesses. My parents had to struggle and fight with their own demons. I became an innocent bystander for no reason. I wasn't OCD, I was seeking some cohesion. Wasn't depressed, just had nothing to believe in. So grandma gave me God, but I couldn't accept it. She always had trouble trying to answer my questions. It seemed like religion always kept me guessing, but I read the whole Bible, so I get the message. Gotta take this life for what it is, the only one you get. Cause this thing gets heavy and impossible to comprehend. Everybody gon' wanna tell you what they recommend. Better do your own thing when you hear that record spins. Hold yourself accountable, you're more than just an animal. Maintain your balance when the Bibles try to challenge you. Speaking from positions of power will change their attitude. Gotta learn to master the pain, don't let it master you. Used to be a menace, now I'm militant. Hyper-focused and diligent, nature or nurture. Ace is equivalent to all the trauma that a kid witnesses. Used to be a menace, now I'm militant. Hyper-focused and diligent, nature or nurture. Ace is equivalent to all the trauma that a kid witnesses. Used to be a menace, now I'm militant. Hyper-focused and diligent, nature or nurture. Ace is equivalent to all the trauma that a kid witnesses. Used to be a menace, now I'm militant. Hyper-focused and diligent, nature or nurture. Ace is equivalent to all the trauma that a kid witnesses.
People often ask why trauma stays with us for so long. The truth is, it doesn't stay in the past. It follows us into adulthood, into our relationships, our addictions, our anger, our fears. But healing begins the moment we're willing to talk about it.
Whenever you're ready. Whenever you're ready. I don't believe in luck or religion, so it's a mystery. Why I'm granted enough time to heal the misery. Everybody says he's blessed, look, well isn't he? I should have been dead a long time ago statistically. Shattered home in Philly streets. Cousin had me on the corner selling drugs at 13, having sex at 13. He thought it was a game, but honestly that shit hurt me. Hadn't fueled in my corruption, it just made me feel it. Barely had respect for women or those in active addiction. Kept playing with the snakes, even when I heard them hissing. But I always felt different in the crowd. I kept my distance, had to build a resistance. Blocking out the peer pressure, people, places, and things. Gives you carrot, the real measure. Got in shootouts with weak niggas over thin cheddar. When I think about it, goosebumps change my skin texture. Let's talk about it. All the pain and the shame, all the hurt and the blame, and the shit never changed. Let's talk about it. All the guilt and the danger, all the rage and the anger makes me wanna grab my banger. Let's talk about it. The reason and excuse, the liquor and drug use, self-medication too. All the pain and the shame, all the hurt and the blame, and the shit never changed. Let's talk about it. All the guilt and the danger, all the rage and the anger makes me wanna grab my banger. Let's talk about it. The reason and excuse, the liquor and drug use, self-medication too. Yeah. Sometimes it's hard, it's even harder to dream. Cause my thoughts keep flowing, got me caught in a stream. Hurt people, it's a horrible thing. And the emotion emotional damage. Even harder to see, hard to believe I had depression and anxiety. No coping skills, I was shut down quietly. Or let my anger get the best of me, explode violently. A menace to society, selling drugs and variety. The game will train us all like Pavlov's dog. In some ways it ain't your fault. Your train of thought is molded by things you're taught. So I smoked hella weed and kept my brain in the fog. Now I seek to resolve all of my traumas, made a promise to myself to quit running from the problems. Regardless, overcoming hardships, hardest thing to conquer, but nothing will get solved if you don't start talking. Let's talk about it.
All the pain and the shame, all the hurt and the blame, and the shit never changed.
Let's talk about it.
All the guilt and the danger, all the rage and the anger makes me wanna grab my banger.
Let's talk about it.
The reason and excuse, the liquor and drug use, self-medication too.
Talk about it.
All the pain and the shame, all the hurt and the blame, and the shit never changed.
Let's talk about it.
All the guilt and the danger, all the rage and the anger makes me wanna grab my banger.
Let's talk about it.
The reason and excuse, the liquor and drug use, self-medication too.
Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it.
Every family, any person, color, creed, it doesn't care what you believe, just as long as you
Proceed. Yeah. Hard to understand addiction if you've never been a victim or a child who had to witness residue all on the dishes, chasing dragons in the kitchen. Then they drag you while you're kicking the yellow, fighting and hitting the safety and love was missing in the 80s. Crack went crazy, dropped off in the hood by agents, engineered by some Caucasians. Richard Nixon, Ronald Reagan started war against the epidemic, an extension of systemic racism. Stuck in the system, now we all gotta face the consequences. Addiction took my mother and my uncle too. Held resentment, cause it really screwed me as a youth. Addiction is not a condition that you can choose, but forgiveness is something we kids suffer the most. If they leave us too exposed, little Travis stood froze, watching mommy treat her nose. Couldn't comprehend the actions that she chose, rather be on twinkle toes. So she left us all alone. So much of my fam addicted, I know that shit genetics. Since I was a young boy, I could see the connections. Dare to keep kids off drugs, that was the message. But who cares when both of your parents dodging domestic? Feeling neglected, stuck in the system, not alone. Lucky I had my sister. Things could have turned out different, glad they didn't. Grandma had the wisdom, plus an intuition. Took us from the city, tried to raise us as a Christian. Did the best she could with the damage that was done. Tried to patch up her grandkids from the trauma that was wrong. Had to leave my mom with the drugs and the slums, but she prayed every night that she would overcome addiction. So my mother and my uncle held resentment, cause it really screwed me as a youth. Addiction is not a condition that you can choose, but forgiveness is something we all can use. You touch it.
every family, any person,
color creed,
it doesn't care
it doesn't care
what
what
you believe,
you believe,
just as long as
just as long as you proceed.
when you died, it just hurt me so much inside, and I cried.
And I heard the angel say that everything will be okay.
My lost love.
Yeah. She gave birth to my mother, but raised me like a son. Cause mommy ran them streets all night, having fun. She took us out of foster care when no one else cared. Some people People turned their backs and gave her all kinds of stares. 55 trying to raise 3 grand cause she lived by the book. Try to reach the promised land. Genesis to Revelation, she can teach it to you. On a faith mission pulpit, she'll preach it to you. Gave me tough love and showed me how to be a man. Never spared the ride and tried to help me understand life is too short to stay on childish ways. But she helped most of my childhood be great. Then my grandma got sick and slowly passed away. In 2006, buried on her birthday. Now she can have her flowers without any pain. I was born as a prince, but she made me a king. And some days it still feels like I lost my love. But I know you're always looking down on me from above.
When you die, it just hurt me so much inside.
And I cried, yeah.
And I cried.
And I heard the angel say that everything would be okay.
I lost love.
Yeah.
When you die, it just hurt me so much inside.
And I cried, yeah.
And I cried.
And I heard the angel say that everything would be okay.
I lost
Love, elementary, middle to high school. You told me stay on top of my books and follow all the rules, but I wanted to stay in the streets and follow all the fools. Started smoking that weed and cigarettes, trying to be cool. When I dropped out of school, I know I disappointed you. Then I headed back to Philly, trying to make some power moves. But you always let me know I had a home to come to. When I'm crying on the phone about the things I'm going through. When you told me staying strong was the thing I had to do. And your words of wisdom would just brighten up my day. You told me you love me and I would say the same. And all the good times are burnt in my brain. I tried to fight it back, but the rain still came. And I still feel the pain, cause you gone to the grave. I can't see your face, but the love is still the same. But you never saw my son, and I'm the one to blame.
you. Still, I miss you. Still, I miss you.
From the bottom of my heart.
I miss you. When you die, it just hurt me so much inside.
And I cried, yeah.
And I cried.
And I heard the angel say that everything would be okay.
I lost love. When you die, it just hurt me so much inside.
And I cried, yeah.
And I cried.
And I heard the angel say that everything would be okay.
I lost love.
House, entertainment. Trap. House, entertainment. Yeah, I love my big sis. As a little kids, we went through some mess, but she never quit. Must admit, Tyria Prince kept me safe, show me love. I'm her little bro, she my bestie. Siblings can be a blessing, I just wanna make you proud. Sometimes it can get messy, but we always write it out. So I had to write it out. Yeah, I love my big sis, that's my ride. Do or die, ever since a juvenile. All I had was you and I. Yeah, I love my big sis, that's my ride. Do or die, ever since a juvenile. All I had was you and I. And now look, our kids are grown, and our love is still strong. Family bonds set in stone, the surname gonna carry on. When I need advice, you never let me wrong. Plus, she prayed to Christ so she can see your devil horns. Dodge you like a matador, let her travel, always on the go. Got them dreads locking low, young with an old soul. Watch out when it go on. Yeah, I love my big sis, that's my rider. Do or die, ever since a juvenile. All I had was you and I. Yeah, I love my big sis, that's my rider. Do or die, ever since a juvenile. All I had was you and I. Yeah, these snakes blend in, they ain't your friend. They full of cap, they just pretend. I'd rather shit in the sink than sink in the shit. Let that shit sink in. I recommend you put in work. I hustle hard, I know my worth. I'm an asshole, I'm a jerk. But being real still has its perks. On this green earth, there's too much turf. Just find your lane and get there first. All your flyers get dispersed. So leave all your doubts in the hearse. You can't be ugly and be broke. Choose a struggle, can't be both. Elbow grease the antidote. Blow that smoke and make them choke. Hey, 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 hey. Ain't no time to run it back. Play. What's your life and lose it back? Hey, ain't no time to run it back. Play. What's your life and lose it back? If you gotta have good connection, then you can see the message. Look out for the interception. Be discreet and use discretion. Moving in a new direction. All these other niggas lost. I chose to use protection. All these other niggas off. I break you up. I get involved. Ain't no problem, big or small, that we can't solve. I'm book smart with some common sense. I speak assertive, move dominant. All my contributions are prominent. My accomplishments get scholarships. I got hella fans, they show hella love. You ain't want it back, you ain't felt enough. Can't run it back, had to level up. Now the opportunities chasing up. Ain't no time to run it back. Play. With your life and lose it fast. Ain't no time to run it back. With your life and lose it fast.
Looking back, it all makes sense now. Just how I can sit down at my easel and chill with a big smile.
Always was the art kid, happy I never lost it. Always loved drawing and coloring, it was awesome. My neighbor bubble letters on my trapper, keep a flossing. The other kids wanted 1 1/4, I would charge them. I started out good, I ain't even had to try. I had a natural talent that burned deep inside. I was fascinated by the shapes, colors, and lines. I was amazed by the form, function, and the design. In middle school, Miss Baker introduced me to Basquiat. She said I needed to be more creative, not nonchalant. Signed me up for a summer program with a single spot, but me trying harder was a single caveat. She switched grades. Couple years later, we went to high school. The same art teacher for 5 years was mad cool. Cash rules. I was making guap when I hopped out. So in 11th grade, I decided to drop out.
You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink.
Yeah.
You can lead him in knowledge, but you can't make him think.
Yeah.
You can leave him in an army, but that won't make him great.
Yeah.
You can leave him in a brush, but that won't make him paint.
We all know discipline decides what survives. Your talent is a seed that dies and deprived. Every time I ran the streets, the art still stayed alive. Now I live with my passion like it's chained to my side. A decade went by, I ain't gonna lie, I ain't try to draw a damn figure, sketch up a new design. I guess I slowly started losing interest. Over time, that street life took over, so I left it all behind. One summer day, I was bored out my mind. I didn't call any chicks, didn't kick it with the guys. Instead, I went to the craft store, gathered a few supplies. Then I chilled by myself and painted Afro Samurai. I moved to VA and back Bill. That dude was too real. Let me take his class for free and show me lots of new skills. But I had to keep painting as a part of the deal. I looked them in the eyes and I promised them that I will. My teachers gave me a gift, told me believe in myself. Cause your perspective will shift with just a littlest help. Learn to protect all your passions, that's where the happiness kept. But first you gotta love yourself. Sometimes it's hard to accept.
You need a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. Yeah. You can lead him in knowledge, but you can't make him think. Yeah. You can give him an army, but that won't make him great. You can give him a brush, but that won't make him paint. Yeah. Yeah. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. You can lead him in knowledge, but you can't make him think. Yeah. Yeah. You can give him an army, but that won't make him great. Yeah. You can give him a brush, but that won't make him paint. Yeah. Looking back, it all makes sense now. Just how I can sit down at my easel and chill with a big smile.
Art and education.
Art and education.
Only giving so much time. Hope you get it all in line. Searching hard and you will find the real meaning is who you are. Yeah, yeah. Life won't always be in your favor. Everything you see won't be your flavor. Enjoy the small wins, they all ain't major. Don't let haters change your behavior. Do your two-step, be your true self. They stay pressed cause you knew best. No old baggage, no new regrets. No old habits plus no new stress. Life ain't always lights and lasers. A bunch of late nights and a lot of hard labor. You see pain and ink, stain my fingers, losing all hope makes you shake like a pager. Life ain't always lights and lasers. A bunch of late nights and a lot of hard labor. You see pain and ink, stain my fingers, losing all hope makes you shake like a pager. Overcame my fears, I had to be resilient. Shit took years and a nigga still building. Mastered the craft, then mastered the millions. Mastered the math, then passed to the children. Back of the building, bail out the truck. You fell out of favor and ran out of luck. We all been there, no savior showed up. And it's hard to show love when the streets so tough. Life ain't always lights and lasers. A bunch of late nights and a lot of hard labor. You see pain and ink, stain my fingers, losing all hope makes you shake like a pager. Life ain't always lights and lasers. A bunch of late nights and a lot of hard labor. You see pain and ink, stain my fingers, losing all hope makes you shake like a pager. Only giving so much time. Hope you get it all in line. Searching hard and you will find the real meaning to your life. Only giving so much time. Hope you get it all in line. Searching hard and you will find the real meaning to your life. done been on many interviews and talked about my past. How my mama was a crackhead and I barely knew my dad. Just another statistic stuck in the city, so sad. Arrested my development, something like Peter Pan. I ain't had fairies, just a snub nose and some Hail Marys. When you up close, you must know. Removing the veil is scary. Conversations with the ghost. I sleep when I'm dead and buried. Nothing new, you can tell me. Apocalypse, Machiavelli, adverse childhood experiences. I remember when the first time I saw mommy passed out from her medicine. First time I saw my dad sell dope, kill my innocence. The first time I pimped a couple bitches for some dividends. Now my business is legitimate, moving a different crowd. Plus I'm hard to intimidate, never threw in the towel. With a scowl on their face, the print still makes them bow. The work will speak for itself, you ain't gotta do it loud. Used to be a menace, now I'm militant. Hyper-focused and diligent, nature or nurture. ACE is equivalent to all the trauma that a kid witnesses. Used to be a menace, now I'm militant. Hyper-focused and diligent, nature or nurture. ACE is equivalent to all the trauma that a kid witnesses. My parents had to struggle and fight with their own demons. I became an innocent bystander for no reason. I wasn't OCD, I was seeking some cohesion. Wasn't depressed, just had nothing to believe in. So grandma gave me God, but I couldn't accept it. She always had trouble trying to answer my questions. It seemed like religion always kept me guessing, but I read the whole Bible, so I get the message. Gotta take this life for what it is, the only one you get. Cause this thing gets heavy and impossible to comprehend. Everybody gon' wanna tell you what they recommend. Better do your own thing when you hear that record spins. Hold yourself accountable, you're more than just an animal. Maintain your balance when the vipers try to challenge you. Speaking from positions of power will change their attitude. Gotta learn to master the pain, don't let it master you. Used to be a menace, now I'm militant. Hyper-focused and diligent, nature or nurture. ACE is equivalent to all the trauma that a kid witnesses. Used to be a menace, now I'm militant. Hyper-focused and diligent, nature or nurture. ACE is equivalent to all the trauma that a kid witnesses. Used to be a menace, now I'm militant. Hyper-focused and diligent, nature or nurture. ACE is equivalent to all the trauma that a kid witnesses. Used to be a menace, now I'm militant. Hyper-focused and diligent, nature or nurture. ACE is equivalent to all the trauma that a kid witnesses.
It touches every family. Looking back at all.
Shit, bro. Alright, fuck, man. I gotta take a bathroom break. Mm-mm.
I'm black, I'm black. I'm back at it. I'm back at it like a bad habit. That city swag, that country grammar. Try to count me out, that's a bad gambit. You'll lose a bag when I clutch the hammer. Shoot the content. Don't move the camera, you full of shit. You will use camera, still starting fires like a new camper. Niggas washed up, need a new hamper. Make the newspaper when the Jews hate us. I'm too gangster, you coons anxious. My day ones, we some Tomb Raiders. Never making moves with no new strangers. If you do me dirty, then I do you wrong. Then write about it in a newer song. When you see me, nigga, then you know it's on. Cause I'm tossing gems, I'm throwing stones. I'm back, I'm back, I'm back, I'm back, I'm back. I know you niggas really hate my swag. I'm digging deeper, deeper in my bag. These gems and stones gon' make them mad. I'm back, I'm back, I'm back, I'm back, I'm back. I know you niggas really hate my swag. I'm digging deeper, deeper in my bag. These gems and stones gon' make them mad. In these streets you can't pretend. Better watch who you offend. Cause once that drama starts, man, that shit don't never end. In the streets you can't pretend. In the streets you can't pretend. I don't even pay attention when you niggas talking shit. Y'all some creepy niggas dry snitching, trying to sneak a diss. You a bitch, and I know that shit is hard to admit. Got no time for arguments, you need to pause before you slip. Put my paws on your cheek, put hot sauce on the whip. You a little dog, I'm the big boss, I'm legit. I kindly beg your pardon if you pop off with the politics. And if you chasing fame, you probably swimming in the pool of piss. You ludicrous, I'm stacking cash, running with them hooligans. If you want the drama, then you looking for some foolishness. I'm eating steaks at Ruth Chris. You eat a sandwich with a fist. I always hit and never miss. Leave your ass and be your bitch. Got more bounce than the brick. Whip it soft and make it hard. You probably jumped off the porch, but you stayed in the yard. All them pills and that syrup keep your brain in the fog, and they take your flesh and bones if you play with my dogs. Don't want the drama.
You don't want the drama.
Instigate the monster.
You don't want the problem.
We just blowing scammers, trying to get them commas. We just stacking dollars. We don't wanna holler. Don't want the drama.
You don't want the drama.
Instigate the monster.
You don't want the problem.
We just blowing scammers, trying to get them commas. We just stacking dollars. We don't wanna. I'm the main character. You niggas just some NPCs, so I know you envy me. I beat you like an MP3. I'm hotter than the third degree. It burn you like a DVD. My green is always premium. You blowing on that CBD. I'm sweeter than the nectarine. Best if you don't test my team, cause if it come to blows, ain't nobody gonna intervene. The path that you chose, let your ass right to the guillotine. Shooting from the baseline, shooting from the waistline. Time is money, I won't let you waste mine. The murder rate case size, so you know the stakes side. If you playing outside, Killer Village, Drama City. Niggas know we do or die. Better watch who you supply. Choose a side or suicide. Don't want the drama. You don't want the drama. Instigate the monster. You don't want the problem. We just blowing stars. Trying to get some commas. We just stacking dollars. Don't wanna holler. Don't want the drama. You don't want the drama. Instigate the monster. You don't want the problem. We just blowing stars. Trying to get some commas. We just stacking dollars. Don't wanna holler. In these streets you can't pretend. Better watch who you offend. Cause once that drama starts, man, that shit don't never end. In these streets you can't pretend. Better watch who you offend. Cause once that drama starts, man, that shit don't never end. In the streets you can't pretend. In the streets you can't Trap House Entertainment. Trap House Entertainment. The king can lose his crown. The teacher remains intelligent. The fiends will watch you drown the moment they can't get medicine. So you better swim like a veteran. Pulling late nights like Letterman. Eyes like brake lights. I know you smelling it. It's the best I ever been. Y'all niggas softer than some gelatin. You never win cause you moving devilish. Flyer than a pelican. Master the technique. I always show more action and less speech. You dead beats a dead beat. Living like some scared sheep. Pickle eggs and red beets. I want the beef like red meat. You can't sleep. Once you see the blueprints, your ignorance a nuisance. My 2 cents, you useless. You just a doofus. I'm in the eye of the storm, trying to tie up some loose ends. My flow wet like jet skis. I'm moving at jet speed. Revenge.
Hey, Wendy is back. What up? Trying to edit a video for social media. I forgot I didn't Hmm. Oh, Omizu. Hey guys, I got a new song this morning. Hey, I'll be right there. Got a new song this morning. I forgot to make a reel for me and Shauna's pictures for our trip to South Carolina. I posted a few pictures, but then I realized I sent all the pictures and videos to my family's like group chat and never um All right, so this is what I got. This is what I got right here. And it's less than a minute. That's the last scene right there. Now, just got to put some music behind it. Let me just send it to Shauna like this first for approval. Maybe even ask her, like, what song would you put in the background? But I'm thinking I'm going to just keep the background white, just like solid white. I'm thinking about going back into the greens and maybe add like a swoosh of transition color here and there. Maybe. I don't know. Or I may just keep this shit as is. I got a lot of fucking tabs open just now.
I done been on, yeah. I done been on many interviews and talked about my past. How my mama was a crackhead and I barely knew my dad. Just another statistic stuck in the city, so sad. Arresting my development, something like Peter Pan. I ain't had fairies, just a snub nose and some Hail Marys. When you up close, you must know. Removing the veil is scary. Conversations with the ghosts. I'll sleep when I'm dead and buried. Nothing new you can tell me. Tupacalypse, Machiavelli, adverse childhood experiences. I remember when the first time I saw mommy passed out from her medicine. First time I saw my dad sell dope, kill my innocence. The first time I pimped a couple bitches with some dividends. Now my business is legitimate, moving a different crowd. Plus I'm hard to intimidate, never threw in the towel. With a scowl on their face, the print still makes them bow. The work will speak for itself, you ain't gotta do it loud. Used to be a menace, now I'm militant. Hyper-focused and diligent, nature or nurture. Ace is equivalent to all the trauma that a kid witnessing. Used to be a menace, now I'm militant. Hyper-focused and diligent, nature or nurture. Ace is equivalent to all the trauma that a kid witnessing. My parents had to struggle and fight with their own demons. I became an innocent bystander for no reason. I wasn't OCD, I was seeking some cohesion. Wasn't depressed, just had nothing to believe in. So grandma gave me God, but I couldn't accept it. She always had trouble trying to answer my questions. It seemed like religion always kept me guessing, but I read the whole Bible, so I get the message. Gotta take this life for what it is, the only one you get. Cause this thing gets heavy and impossible to comprehend. Everybody gon' wanna tell you what they recommend. Better do your own thing when you get that record spins. Hold yourself accountable, you're more than just an animal. Maintain your balance when the vipers try to challenge you. Speaking from positions of power will change their attitude. Gotta learn to master the pain, don't let it master you. Used to be a man,
don't need an S on spins. You better do your own thing when you hit a record. Spin really doesn't need the S right there. Son of a bitch. Anyway, I still like the song.
I done been on many interviews and talked about my past. How my mama was a crackhead and I never knew my dad. Just another statistic stuck in the city, so sad. Arrested my development, something like Peter Pan. I ain't had fairies, just a snub nose and some Hail Marys. When you up close, you must know. Removing the veil is scary. Conversations with the cuff, sleep when out dead and buried. Nothing new you can tell me. Apocalypse, Machiavelli, adverse childhood experiences. I remember when the first time I saw my dad stop wearing medicine. First time I saw my dad sell dope, kill my innocence. The first time I pimped a couple bitches for some dividends. Now my business is legitimate, moving a different crowd. Plus I'm hard to intimidate, never threw in the towel. With a scowl on their face, the print still makes them bow. The work will speak for itself, you ain't gotta do it loud. Used to be a menace, now I'm militant. Hyper-focused and diligent. Nature or nurture, ACE is equivalent to all the trauma that a kid witnesses. Used to be a menace, now I'm militant. Hyper-focused and diligent. Nature or nurture, ACE is equivalent to all the trauma that a kid witnesses. My parents had to struggle and fight with their own demons. I became an innocent bystander for no reason. I wasn't OCD, I was seeking some cohesion. Wasn't depressed, just had nothing to believe in. So grandma gave me God, but I couldn't accept it. She always had trouble trying to answer my questions. It seemed like religion always kept me guessing, but I read the whole Bible, so I get the message. Gotta take this life for what it is, the only one you get. Cause this thing gets heavy and impossible to comprehend. Everybody gon' wanna tell you what they recommend. Better do your own thing when you hear that record spins. Hold yourself accountable, you're more than just an animal. Maintain your balance when the vipers try to challenge you. Speaking from positions of power will change their attitude. Gotta learn to master the pain, don't let it master you. Used to be a menace, now I'm militant. Hyper-focused and diligent. Nature or nurture, ACE is equivalent to all the trauma that a kid witnesses. Used to be a menace, now I'm militant. Hyper-focused and diligent. Nature or nurture, ACE is equivalent to all the trauma that a kid witnesses. Used to be a menace, now I'm militant. Hyper-focused and diligent. Nature or nurture, ACE is equivalent to all the trauma that a kid witnesses. Used to be a menace, now I'm militant. Hyper-focused and diligent. Nature or nurture, ACE is equivalent to all the trauma that a kid witnesses.
So that little horn breakdown, that that is my absolute favorite part of this whole fucking song, yo. There was like one or two versions I got that were really good before this one, but then I heard that little breakdown, and I was like, oh, that's the one right there. I just love that little horn breakdown. That shit is so cool to me. And it only hits it like a couple of times throughout the book.
I done been on many interviews and talked about my past. How my mama was a crackhead and I barely knew my dad. Just another statistic stuck in the city, so sad.
All right, hopefully. Well, Shonda had a long night. She's still doing a lot of schoolwork. But whenever she gets up and approves that video, I'll be able to post that to my... Excuse me. I'll be able to post that to social media. Man, this congestion is the fucking worst. All right. Yeah, so I'd like to welcome everyone in attendance to another episode of a reading of the lyrics. I'm your host, Travis Prince. And today our song is titled Aces. Throughout my trauma informed education over the years, I've come to understand that ACEs stands for Adverse Childhood Experiences. We use this to evaluate children and for their potential at risk behaviors. So I thought I would write a song about it. This song starts off by jumping straight into the first verse. Here we go. I'd been on many interviews and talked about my past, how my mama was a crackhead and I barely knew my dad. Just another statistic stuck in the city, so sad. Arrested my development, something like Peter Pan. I ain't had fairies, just a snub nose and some Hail Marys. When you up close, you must know removing the veil is scary. Conversations with a ghost. I'll sleep when I'm dead and buried. Nothing new you can tell me. Tupacalypse, Machiavelli. Adverse childhood experiences. I remember when the first time I saw my mommy passed out from her medicine. First time I saw my dad sell dope killed my innocence. First time I pipped a couple of bitches for some dividends. Now my business is legitimate, moving in a different crowd. Plus, I'm hard to intimidate, never threw in the towel. With a scowl on their face, the prince still makes them bow. The work will speak for itself. You ain't gotta do it loud. Then it's followed by a hook which reads, used to be a menace. Now I'm militant, hyper-focused and diligent. Nature or nurture, ACEs equivalent to all the trauma that a kid witnesses. Then we have a second verse. My parents had to struggle and fight with their own demons. I became an innocent bystander for no reason. I wasn't OCD, I was seeking cohesion. Wasn't depressed, just had nothing to believe in. So my grandma gave me God, but I couldn't accept it. She always had trouble trying to answer my questions. It seemed like religion always kept me guessing, but I read the whole Bible, so I get the message. Gotta take life for what it is. You gotta take life for what it is, the only one you get. Because things get heavy and impossible to comprehend. Everybody gonna want to tell you what they recommend. Better do your own thing when you hear the record spin. Hold yourself accountable. You're more than just an animal. Maintain your balance when the vipers try to challenge you. Speaking from positions of power will change their attitude. Got to learn to master the pain. Don't let it master you. Then we close out with the hook once again. Used to be a menace. Now I'm militant, hyper-focused, and diligent. Nature or nurture, ACEs equivalent to all the trauma that a kid witnesses. Thank you, thank you. This has been another edition of Reading of the Lyrics. Thanks for joining, and we will see you in the next one.
I done been on. Yeah. I done been on interviews and talked about my past. How my mama was a crackhead and I barely knew my dad. Just another statistic stuck in the city, so sad. Arrested my development, something like Peter Pan. I ain't had fairies, just a snub nose and some Hail Marys. When you up close, you must know. Removing the veil is scary. Conversations with the ghost. I'll sleep when I'm dead and buried. Nothing new you can tell tell me apocalypse, Machiavelli, adverse childhood experiences. I remember when the first time I saw mommy passed out from her medicine. First time I saw my dad sell dope, kill my innocence. The first time I pimped a couple bitches for some dividends. Now my business is legitimate, moving a different crowd. Plus I'm hard to intimidate, never threw in the towel. With a scowl on their face, the print still makes them bow. The work will speak for itself, you ain't gotta do it loud. Used to be a menace, now I'm militant. Hyper-focused and diligent, nature or nurture. Ace is equivalent to all the trauma that a kid witnesses. Used to be a menace, now I'm militant. Hyper-focused and diligent, nature or nurture. Ace is equivalent to all the trauma that a kid witnesses. My parents had to struggle and fight with their own demons. I became an innocent bystander for no reason. I wasn't OCD, I was seeking some cohesion. Wasn't depressed, just had nothing to believe in. So grandma gave me God, but I couldn't accept it. She always had trouble trying to answer my questions. It seemed like religion always kept me guessing, but I read the whole Bible, so I get the message. Gotta take this life for what it is, the only one you get. Cause this thing gets heavy and impossible to comprehend. Everybody gon' wanna tell you what they recommend. Better do your own thing when you hear that record spins. Hold yourself accountable, you're more than just an animal. Maintain your balance when the Vipers try to challenge you. Speaking from positions of power will change their attitude. Gotta learn to master the pain, don't let it master you. Used to be a menace, now I'm militant. Hyper-focused and diligent, nature or nurture. Ace is equivalent to all the trauma that a kid witnesses. Used to be a menace, now I'm militant. Hyper-focused and diligent, nature or nurture. Ace is equivalent to all the trauma that a kid witnesses. Used to be a menace, now I'm militant. Hyper-focused and diligent, nature or nurture. Ace is equivalent to all the trauma that a kid witnesses. Used to be a menace, now I'm militant. Hyper-focused and diligent, nature or nurture. Ace is equivalent to all the trauma that a kid witnesses.
Now, this right here a good song, guys. I really like these bars on this show.
I done been on many interviews and talked about my past. How my mama was a crackhead and I barely knew my dad. Just another statistic stuck in the city, so sad. Arrested my development, something like Peter Pan. I ain't had fairies, just a snub nose and some Hail Marys. When you up close, you must know. Removing the veil is scary. Conversations with the ghost. I sleep when out, dead and buried. Nothing new, you can tell me. Apocalypse, Machiavelli, adverse childhood experiences. I remember when the first time I saw mommy passed out from her medicine. First time I saw my dad sell dope, kill my innocence. The first time I pimped a couple bitches for some dividends. Now my business is legitimate, moving a different crowd. Plus I'm hard to intimidate, never threw in the towel. With a scowl on their face, the print still makes them bow. The work will speak for itself, you ain't gotta do it loud. Used to be a menace, now I'm militant. Hyper-focused and diligent, nature or nurture. Ace is equivalent to all the trauma that a kid witnesses. Used to be a menace, now I'm militant. Hyper-focused and diligent, nature or nurture. Ace is equivalent to all the trauma that a kid witnesses. My parents had to struggle and fight with their own demons. I became an innocent bystander for no reason. I wasn't OCD, I was seeking some cohesion. Wasn't depressed, just had nothing to believe in. So grandma gave me God, but I couldn't accept it. She always had trouble trying to answer my questions. It seemed like religion always kept me guessing, but I read the whole Bible, so I get the message. Gotta take this life for what it is, the only one you get. Cause this thing gets heavy and impossible to comprehend. Everybody gon' wanna tell you what they recommend. Better do your own thing when you hear that record spins. Hold yourself accountable, you're more than just an animal. Maintain your balance when the Vipers try to challenge you. Speaking from positions of power will change their attitude. Gotta learn to master the pain, don't let it master you. Used to be a menace, now I'm militant. Hyper-focused and diligent, nature or nurture. Ace is equivalent to all the trauma that a kid witnesses. Used to be a menace, now I'm militant. Hyper-focused and diligent, nature or nurture. Ace is equivalent to all the trauma that a kid witnesses. Used to be a menace, now I'm militant. Hyper-focused and diligent, Used to be a menace, now I'm militant. Hyper-focused and diligent. Major or nurture, ace is equivalent to all the drama that I can't witness.
I'm happy I started writing this album. I don't know. I feel like my writing has gotten better over the past year since I've written 200 songs. For a minute, I was thinking I was gonna run out of lyrics or run out of things to talk about or ideas or nope. But I also wanted album number 20 to be some real shit, yo. The last album I did is pretty good. The last few albums I did are really good. Like I said, I feel like I've just gotten better in the past couple years. So I think it's me, the Prince. She has a natural aura. Infamy. Like those three albums are really good. I think Gems and Stones is pretty decent, but I feel like they're all better than like the earlier stuff. I'm trying to write 2 more songs for this album. I already have some ideas for each of the songs, or at least something that I can, 2 more ideas that I can talk about. I haven't even fleshed them out yet. They're just like very broad, like, oh, I can talk about this situation and that situation. I don't know which one I want to do first. Both of them probably are going to be 2 of the more difficult songs to write.
Well, I think that one of the fundamental problems that we have as modern Westerners looking at this stuff, we have an inversion of the timeline of history. When we look at the timeline of history, we generally view our antecedents as like cavemen.
Yeah,
These are very ignorant people. They're basically, chimpanzees with better brains. And as we progress through the timeline of history, we're becoming increasingly more intelligent, increasingly more capable of building and of building these monuments and technology and so forth. So we see ourselves as the pinnacle of the human species. Like we're the smartest, we're the greatest. That's not the way that the ancients viewed the antediluvian world. That's not the way that they viewed their antecedents. They see for them it was the inverse. For them, they were always trying to recover the glory of the people that had come before them, the majesty of the civilization that had come before them. So when they look back down the timeline of history, they're the dummies. And the further you go back, the more extraordinary people are.
because they were closer to it, right? And they all have a myth of the flood.
Yes,
All of
and
them.
the
They all have
antediluvian
countless-
world in
yes.
general.
And they lived in a timeline that was closer to that and more accepted because they probably had a knowledge, an understanding, at least the earliest ones, that they didn't make this. And so they probably passed that down.
Yeah, well, I think they inherited traditions from their ancestors about these things. You have this idea of a golden age among the ancients. Golden age meaning there was a time on Earth. The Greeks coined that particular phrase, the golden age. The Egyptians, the ancient Egyptians called it Zep Tepi, the first time. There was a time on Earth when the gods descended to the earth and
Zep Tepe, Ziggurats kept stepping, go back to Tepe, teaching us some ancient lessons. But this is ever since I've heard this theory, it just makes sense because once again, we don't know how they built the fucking pyramids. And we can't do that shit again. There was something that was great. A civilization that was great and intelligent. And then that shit went away and we had to start over. It's not the fact that we came from caveman to the Stone Age, to the Bronze Age, to the Iron Age, the Steam, and like just kept progressing and progressing. No. There was something before that was already magnificent. There was something that was there and they had to reset and start over, and we still can't figure out, this thing was so great, but so long ago, we have no idea what it is. It's just, we only have the smallest, minute fragments and remnants and vague whispers through myths and legends of what this thing was and who these people were. We can't really fully understand, Plato's account of Atlantis and all this shit, man. What the Bible says about the sons of God coming down and mating with the daughters of men and creating this different people. With the Egyptians and Zep Tepi in the Golden Age of trying to reclaim this high status of culture and civilization. Like everybody knows that there was something before, and they're like, no. And then you find Göbekli Tepe, and it's like, oh, wait a minute. What the fuck were these people doing? And who were they? And how are they building all this stuff? No one knows. No one knows who our progenitors were. But every culture talks about that flood. This is something that really happened. And there was a great reset. Everything started over after the flood, and only a few people remained who could help hold on to whatever knowledge that was lost. Whether it was Utnapishtim or Noah or whoever. I don't know why that's like still to this day one of my favorite things to think about, ancient civilizations and how it must have been. Because the way that they teach us history, like if you wouldn't go into, this is basically pseudoscience. If you wouldn't go into pseudoscience, then yeah, just everything is very, very linear. We just got better and we got better. And right now we're at the pinnacle of civilization because this is the farthest timeline that we've been documenting historically. And we can see that, the automobile has gotten better. We have air flight and space travel. We have mechanized farming that grows our food with a fraction of the physical labor. Like things just seem a lot better. We have near light speed communication in real time. Almost everybody has access to clean water. Like it seems like this is the best right now that things have ever been for humans in general. Now, if there were an ancient civilization, would it be, would they have been better than we are? Or would they just have been at a similar level, just different? Maybe they had, near light speed communications, they just used a different method. They had renewable energy sources, probably just used different means for energy. A lot of people still speculate and hypothesize that the pyramids are actually power plants or harmonic resonators of some type, just from the construction of the different materials, which uses a lot of quartz and granites, which have their own properties, and the fact that it's built on top of a reservoir with running water, which generates its own properties. And a combination of all these things, plus the hollow chambers inside of the pyramids, which appear not to be for traversing, they appear to be just like gas chambers of some type, which make this thing look a lot like a machine, a huge stone machine, but a machine nonetheless. If that's the case, how did it work? Man, some people have ideas about that. Once again, different uh, chemicals added to the chambers at different pressures could cause some effects. And the fact that pyramids are kind of standard on every continent, they're everywhere. Oh, that's just coincidence. Are you fucking sure about that, bro? It's just coincidence that every continent has a pyramid? Bruh. On every fucking continent. And China don't ever want to talk about their pyramids because like Angkor Wat and even Göbekli Tepe, these shits just look like big hills or mounds until you start excavating them and see, oh, this is fucking man-made under here. And China has like dozens of fucking pyramids, and they're purposely planting trees on them and not allowing scientists to excavate them. And this is the thing, because I feel like, I don't know, I keep going back to this shit. Especially with Göbekli Tepe, too, because now this is one of the oldest sites that we can document. And I think China, they know their shit is old as fuck, too. But when they do go to excavate these places, they don't find themselves there. Göbekli Tepe is in northern Turkey. But if they find any type of human remains or DNA traces, it's not going to be who they think it is. And the Asians in China are the same way. Once they start digging up these fucking pyramids and temples and tombs and finding who inside these motherfuckers, they're not finding themselves. Knowing that their cultures and their lands were built and inhabited and started by someone that's not them. And they're like, yeah, fuck that. Whoever those people were, fuck those people. Fuck them temples and pyramids. You plant some trees on them, let the roots grow down into the stone, and then another 1,000 years, them shit to be sand and dust. Nobody will never know. They talking about shutting down excavations in Turkey for the next 100 years. God damn. Y'all don't want to know who made this shit? I don't think so. Motherfuckers gonna have to start rewriting the history books, bro.
cohabited with human species and to some extent commingled with the human species. And that it was during this time that knowledge was transferred and that great cities were built. This is where the myth of Atlantis falls into this category. And then their world was suddenly and catastrophically destroyed. And what we've been doing since that destruction, in the mind of the ancients, what they've been doing since that destruction was attempting to rebuild, to rediscover the lost knowledge from that age, to recover it, and to try and emulate their superior ancestors. That's what you see everywhere around the world. Doesn't matter if you're in Egypt or if you're in Peru, you see the same sort of thing. The same thing applies, by the way, for the megaliths in Peru. I don't know if have you been to Peru?
No.
Some of the most astounding megaliths that you'll see anywhere in the world. I referenced earlier the walls of Sacsayhuaman, absolutely phenomenal Cyclopean architecture. And of course, the construction of those walls is attributed to the Inca. We ask archaeologists in Peru who built Sacsayhuaman, who built Machu Picchu, who built Ollantaytambo. It's always going to be the same answer: the Inca. The Inca built it. Now, the problem is there's no record of the Inca building those walls. And if you ask the ancient Quechua people, if you ask the Quechua people, the Quechua people who continue in their ancient traditions, the ones who are there today, and they still wear their typical vestments and they still speak Quechua. If you talk to them and you ask them who built the walls of Sacsayhuaman, specifically Sacsayhuaman, they'll tell you a race of giants. This goes back to those, our progenitors, the giants. The giants built Sacsayhuaman. If you go up to Titicaca, Lake Titicaca, and you ask the Aymara people who built Tiwanaku, which is on the other side of Lake Titicaca in Bolivia, who built those megalithic edifices? The giants, our progenitors. That's what they'll tell you. So, and I don't necessarily think that giants built all this stuff. I don't necessarily think that at all. I just think that everyone is acknowledging that something extraordinary happened in the past, that our antecedents were much more impressive than we've given them credit for. I mean, our antediluvian antecedents, and that in many cases, like you said, there's no inscriptions on megalithic stuff anywhere. You go to Machu Picchu, and it's apparent that in Sacsayhuaman, Machu Picchu, Ollantaytambo, and other places in Peru, it's apparent that the Incas certainly built on top. And they took advantage of these megalithic foundations, right? Anyone would. I mean, if you're going to build an edifice, you would use the superior foundations here, massive stones, and you build on top. And you try to emulate that style of building because it's anti-seismic for one thing. So in Machu Picchu, it's evident to me, and I think anybody who walks around that complex, you can see, and we have to keep in mind that much of Machu Picchu today is a reconstruction. It's an archaeological reconstruction, except for the foundations. We have pictures from Hiram Bingham, original pictures in black and white of what Machu Picchu looked like when he discovered it, accidentally. And what's there? The megalithic foundations are there. That's what's there, the megalithic foundations. And you see, and the Inca built on top of those foundations. And that's what a lot of the archaeological reconstruction today reflects. So if you walk around in Machu Picchu, I remember I've been there several times filming and doing different things. And I remember one time I was with my colleague Anselm P. Rombla, and we had a guide with us, and he was an older gentleman, very, very knowledgeable. And he was one of their official guides in Machu Picchu. And we're walking around, and he's telling us different things about the Inca and how they did certain things. And certainly the Inca built a lot up there. There's no question about it. The Inca were impressive. I'm not taking anything away from the Inca. But if you look at some of the edifices at Machu Picchu, you can see these magnificent megalithic foundations, big stones, polygonal, fit together so tightly you couldn't pass a butter knife between the joints. And then you have on top, what sometimes people describe as Inca slop on top, where it's like they're kind of trying to match the style of below, but it's not as precise, it's not as fine. And you can see the clear clear delineation between the megalithic and then what the Inca are doing, and then also the archaeological reconstruction. And I remember asking this guide of ours, I pointed across the courtyard to this exquisite polygonal foundational wall with just sort of crude Inca stuff on top. And I said, why are there two different styles here? Why do you see this large megalithic blocks fit together so precisely, and then you have this other style? And, you know, keeping in mind the archaeological reconstruction, but there was enough of the site there that they could model what they did based on what the Inca had done. And he said, because they liked the way it looked. That was the answer. They liked the way it looked. And I said, you can't really believe that. I mean, you're not an idiot, right? They didn't do that because they liked the way it looked. The reason why there's an inferior mode of building on top of those megalithic foundations is because they didn't know how to do that. They did the best they could, and they were very good, right, at attempting to adopt the cyclopean. They were good, the Inca. But the only reason you would do that, the only reason you would put inferior architecture on top of superior foundations is because you don't know how to do that.
Yeah, well, it's also just the sheer size of these blocks. It just gives you so many questions, because it's not like you could recreate that with whatever the Inca had. That's what's confusing. In order to move those stones into position and then put them and construct them in a way that it appears like they've been melted into place.
Yeah.
You're like, how? How
Yeah.
are you moving them? How are you placing them? What do you use?
You should go to Ollantaytambo. Okay, so you go to Ollantaytambo, which is in between Cusco and Machu Picchu. You have to go to Ollantaytambo to get on the train to go up to Machu Picchu. It's the only way to get there. And Ollantaytambo has some of the most exquisite megalithic architecture on planet Earth. It is so beautiful the way that they were able to, and it's large megalithic blocks. And there's two different styles represented there. You have the polygonal, like at the walls of Sacsayhuaman in Peru, and then you have the interlocking blocks, like at Tiwanaku. Both of those styles are there. And there's this one spot at Ollantaytambo that I love to take people to, because you're going up the stairs, and the wall curves. As you're going up the stairs, the wall curves. Now, if you and I were building a wall today, even if we were like the best masons in the world, and we're building a wall for, I don't know, for some billionaire in his house, we would interlock the blocks in the corner like everyone does everywhere, right? Or if it's cement, you could take cement, because cement is pliable and you could make whatever shape you want. But if it's blocks, you're going to interlock the blocks into that corner or do something like that. You know what they did at Ollantaytambo? They curved the stone into the wall. They curved the stone. So they took the
Is there
stone.
images of that we can look at?
Yeah, you can pull up stones like that. And they cut the stone so they curved into the corner. Like, who would do that? That is so intricate. That is so difficult.
And by what technology?
By what technology? But here's the interesting thing. You find the same fingerprints of these builders all over the world. You find the same thing in Egypt. They curved stones. Some of those stones are curved into the corners. And other places where there's megalithic constructions. I mean, these guys, there was like a ubiquitous knowledge of masonry in the world. The fingerprint is everywhere you go. And it's interesting because one of the things I was trying to convince this guide of ours at Machu Picchu this one time of was, look, here's a problem. You guys come over to Machu Picchu.
So here it is.
So yeah, that's Sacsayhuaman.
Is that what you're talking about, though?
No.
Curved stone?
No, I'm talking about a stone that's curved. See that there where it says Inca stonework?
In the middle.
Yeah,
right
at
there.
Sacsayhuaman, they'll take a large stone. That one looks like it's curved too in the wall, but that's not a very large stone. Sacsayhuaman will take a large stone and they'll curve it into the wall. I don't see Sacsayhuaman in any of those. You have to type. I'm sorry, not Sacsayhuaman. Ollantaytambo. Ollantaytambo.
How do you spell it?
Ollant. Ollant. Aytambo.
OLL.
Ollant. Aytambo.
Never gonna guess that.
Whoa.
That's Ollantaytambo. And I'm looking for that curved,
What is the nubs? What are the nubs?
I don't know. There's another fingerprint of this
Yeah, all over the
architecture
world.
everywhere. No one really knows. I mean, there's a lot of interesting theories out there, but I think at the end of the day, nobody has any idea what the heck those nubs are.
Those things are so spectacular.
Yeah, look at the wall.
construction.
Look at the wall right there at Ojante Tambo.
Can you make that
Look
larger,
how
please?
exquisite that is.
That's nuts.
I mean, it is just absolutely astonishing.
And the weight of these things,
Yeah.
and the fact that they're carved and placed in a way that would absorb the energy of earthquakes.
Yes, they're anti-seismic.
Yeah,
They're anti-seismic. That's why they do it that way.
which is
Now, I want to think
incredible
about this.
technology.
Think about this, okay? So
Just
you
the
are
precision.
with Francisco Pizarro. You're a conquistador in the 1533 or 1532 or 1534. I can't remember exactly when you landed. And you're walking through Peru, and you see this. You see this kind of architecture as you're conquering Peru. You overthrow the Inca, and then you go to build, which they did. They overthrew the Inca. The capital city of Cusco. They go to build their cathedrals. They built lots of cathedrals and palaces for themselves, right? So you have the Inca palaces and cathedrals. They took the blocks from Sacsayhuaman. They took the upper layer blocks and they used them to build their cathedral. Okay, there's a couple cathedrals downtown Cusco that were built with the blocks from Sacsayhuaman. They didn't build it like that. They didn't build their cathedrals like that. They took those blocks and they just put them together with mortar like they do in Europe. So here's a question that I always ask people who think that, you know, the Inca were doing that. If you were an architect at that time, why in the world wouldn't you have forced the Inca to teach you that style?
Right.
So that you could build your cathedral. I mean, you would be the greatest architect in the world, right?
Right.
You could build the most magnificent cathedrals in the world in the Cyclopean style if you understood how they did it. So if the Inca were the ones who built it, why didn't they force the Inca to teach them how to build it?
Just look at that. That is so crazy.
It's clearly sanded down, right?
That's a really good question.
Well, those are in the process. That's Ojante Tambo. That's the Temple of the Sun at the summit.
I just like,
And-
the faces of it were so smooth.
That's Ojante
Flowers?
Tambo. And
No, are you?
this was in the process of being constructed at the top when it halted. You can see the blocks there.
Not projected. These flowers are there.
So you're just looking at.
So
we're in the
something
process of-
happened.
Yes, those blocks are in the process of being transported, and they were being worked right there. They were being prepped to be incorporated into the walls, and it just halted. And the conventional explanation is that it halted because the Spanish arrived. That's what halted the work. But I think what halted the work was cataclysm. Personally, I think that's what halted the work. Something like a Younger Dryas impact.
What's that, Jimmy?
See right here, it looks like the face of the wall, you know, like it looks like it's all uniform and fits together, right? But if that right here is part of
Yeah,
the
there's
wall,
filler in the backing.
then that's like
Yeah, they have filler in the backing.
like
Some of them,
facade.
yeah, some of them the blocks are it's just gigantic blocks. Others it's like the facade is exquisite and
Like what we have here. Or
Exactly
we have
fitting.
that brick, you know, that brick in the background used to just be brick at the other studio.
Uh-huh.
Kind of like that.
Right. I know what you're saying. Yeah, but except these are enormous.
Sure. Or yeah, I don't know,
Yeah, I mean,
hardened in place and stuff, sanded down.
so there was a point of the guy standing. There was a picture of the guy standing in the corner. There was a guy standing in the corner that I was referencing earlier. You just had there it is right there, that guy.
no, the one below it.
I don't think you can see the corner very
That
well.
right there, the middle.
I see the guy in the
The one-
blue standing there.
Yeah, right there.
Behind him, there's this. You can see how the stone below him it's curved into the corner. That's not a separate stone. It's literally curved into that corner. It's
It's just so
mind-bending.
weird. The nubs are weird.
They are weird.
And it's weird that they occur all over the world. And it's like, it speaks almost to like, is that how they carried them and placed them? Is that a part of the construction? Is that something about how they made them that they left these nubs? Like, what are the nubs?
No one has any idea what the nubs are.
That seems so weird that we have no answer to a feature that occurs over and over again and all this megalithic
everywhere, all over the
architecture.
world, all over the world.
They keep showing these three. They kind of look like the nubs, but they look way different.
Yeah, they're a lot rougher.
See those,
Myers.
Right.
smaller pieces of stone there in between the large blocks?
Mm-hmm.
That's an anti-seismic property. That's a technology that they use so that the rocks can shift and move and not crumble. That's it's ingenious. And like I said, you have two different styles here at Ollantaytambo. You have the polygonal, and then you have the interlocking rectangular. Those are two different styles in the same site. That's one of the things that makes Ollantaytambo fascinating. And that rectangular interlocking style comes from Tiwanaku, which is another amazing megalithic site in Bolivia.
What's interesting is when you combine all these sites all over the world and you have all these questions that are very similar, like how'd they do this? Why is this stuff the oldest stuff? Why is this stuff the bottom stuff? Why is the base of it the most spectacular construction? And why does it seem like more primitive stuff is on top of that?
Because they like the way it looked.
Yeah. But it's
but
it's the same question over and over again. And the reluctance to propose that perhaps the oldest stuff is more complicated because the civilization was more complex.
that's it.
That's what they're unwilling
That's
to
it.
they're unwilling to open up that door. But that door is the only door that makes any sense.
Yes, not only was the civilization complex, the knowledge was universal. That's a
Yeah.
problem.
That's
That's
the part.
problem.
The
That's
knowledge
my
was
favorite
universal.
part.
Because that means you're talking about a seafaring travel.
That's it. Knowledge was universal. There's pyramids on every fucking continent. Why? Because we had awareness. There was cultures and settlements and cities all over the planet. Those nubs are found on all the construction all over the world because there was a global awareness. Like we were all aware. This civilization was a worldwide thing. It wasn't just, and see that's the only thing too about a lot of the flood narratives is that the people only, well, no, because they say it was like because God flooded the earth, you know, but most of the stories are localized. But once the knowledge isn't localized and it's everywhere, this was just general knowledge of masonry, brick masons, and construction planning, organizing labor forces. Like this was a common knowledge. It was global.
Because the civilization was more complex.
That's it.
That's what they're unwilling
That's
to.
it.
They're unwilling to open up that door. But that door is the only door that makes any sense.
Yes, not only was the civilization complex, the knowledge was universal. That's a
Yeah.
problem.
That is a problem.
The knowledge was universal.
Because that means you're talking about a seafaring, traveling civilization.
You're talking about something that's a lot more impressive than cavemen, right?
Right.
So
Especially if this Italian guy is right in terms
Yes.
of his, because 20,000 BC, we're supposed to be just brutes.
oh yeah, cavemen.
Skin
It's
wearing,
Neolithic.
yeah.
Yeah.
We're wearing animal skins.
Yeah.
And we have spears.
You're a chimpanzee with a better
Yeah.
brain
Yeah.
back then.
Yeah.
And as I said before, you know, you look at that kind of architecture, and you and I were we to encounter the Inca, like go back in time, in the late 1500s. The Inca are still around. The builders, the alleged builders of these monuments. I mean, they were building Ollantaytambo, right? When you arrived, they quit building. Why did the Spanish architects not incorporate any of that
Right.
into their buildings?
Why did they not learn the technique?
That's superior technology.
Yeah.
That's anti-seismic. And the point is illustrated because in Cusco, they built their cathedrals, right? They knocked down the palaces of the Inca, and they raised the cathedrals in Cusco. And guess what happens? You get a big earthquake, the cathedrals crumble to the ground, except for their megalithic foundations, which remain unmoved. Earthquake comes, cathedrals fall, the walls of Sacsayhuaman stand. And it's happened various times throughout history. What architect would not have taken advantage of that knowledge had it been available to them during the time of the Inca?
Yeah.
I mean, like I said, you could build the most magnificent cathedrals on planet Earth, and you could make the Inca build it for you. And now you can say that the Inca would have refused to pass this knowledge on. Okay, maybe. I mean, there was a society within the Inca. You know, they were taught by the Grandes Almautas, they called them, who were the great teachers of the Inca nobility and the keepers of the secrets and so forth. The Inca didn't even have a written language. They used quipus. Quipus it's a system of ropes and knots, of string and knots. They didn't even have a written language. So it's absolutely extraordinary. And nobody can give me an adequate explanation as to why such amazing knowledge is just forgotten. Wow. I mean, would we forget how to build computers? No. So why would we just forget how to build megaliths? Why? That's not something you forget. These things don't fall down in earthquakes. That's something you pass on carefully from one generation to the next. Unless, like our ancient antecedents tell us, there was a cataclysm that rocked the earth and eliminated the civilizations that were inhabiting the earth. That's, to me, that's the best explanation.
Well, it's certainly the most logical explanation if you weren't attached to a timeline. If you didn't have this timeline that these archaeologists insist upon, then you would say, okay, clearly we know that a cataclysm occurred. Clearly we know the Younger Dryas impact theory is accepted,
Mhm.
and especially now. So
Becoming more so over time.
more likely,
Yeah.
much more likely that there was something going on that we don't totally understand tens of thousands of years ago.
Yeah. I mean, I think we would do very well to listen, to take serious the myths and legends.
Well, it's also weird that like the Aztecs, like I used to think that the Aztecs created those temples and those pyramids. And then I found out fairly recently that they never even claimed to have.
No.
That they say they found them and that these were the birthplace of the gods.
Yes. See, that's what I was going to say about Machu Picchu. So, you know what the name of Machu Picchu is? Not Machu Picchu. In Quechua, it's Ijampu. And Ijampu means the abode of the gods, or the dwelling of the gods. This is how they viewed the megaliths. I mean, this is how, if we were primitive people coming upon these megalithic structures, what would we think? The gods must have done this. The gods lived here. And so then we would rebuild. We would re-inhabit the habitation of the gods.
Yeah, why would you live anywhere else if you live there?
Right. And it would be the nobility.
dopest architecture you've
Yeah.
ever imagined.
Exactly.
So why would you let some idiots take it over?
You wouldn't.
Give me that. That's mine.
You wouldn't.
Yeah, of course. You know, there's also the weirdness of Peru, like the Nazca lines. Like, what the hell is all that about?
I don't know. That's a great mystery.
There's a lot of weirdness to Peru.
There's a lot of weirdness in Peru.
And how about those the ancient tapestries that show those three-fingered, three-toed, big-headed people with big eyes, and it's ubiquitous. And these are 1,000 years old.
Mhm.
Like-
Yeah. Then you have the Paracas culture, those massive, elongated skulls.
Right.
In the Paracas culture, by the way, you know, people see these elongated skulls online. I've been in Paracas a lot. I've done a lot of research down there on the Paracas culture and other things. Made some interesting discoveries, by the way, with our drone, with our GPR unit. But you see these images online, you think that the Paracas people, their skulls are so large and elongated, you think these must have been big people, right? That's what it looks like. No, they were tiny. They were really little. They were bizarre. The morphology of their body was different than ours.
Tiny with big heads?
Yes, the Paracas people were very small, and they had a proclivity to live in underground. They had subterranean dwellings, and their eye sockets of some of these elongated skulls, the eye sockets are like 25% larger, the orbital socket. So they big eyes, elongated skull, very diminutive people, in some cases living underground.
What happens when Suno already knows your sound before you press create? So I uploaded a handful of my tracks into Suno's custom model feature, basically teaching it how I make music. And now when I start creating inside Suno, it feels like an extension of me. The ideas come back in my lane, my chords, my textures, my vibe. That part honestly surprised me. It feels less like using a tool and more like working with something that already understands how I think musically. If you got even a few tracks sitting on your laptop, upload them into a custom model on Suno.
They descended into the plains and they chose each one woman that they desired to wed. That story is
Am I finishing that? Episode with Joe Rogan, but also too. Yeah, that My Taste feature on Suno. I wonder how. Great tea. Yeah, because they didn't eat a lot of processed foods and sugars. Oh, I wonder why I can't access this feature from the phone. Excuse me. Let me see something. Hold on. So there's a feature on here. So like they said, if you upload a lot of your Suno music to this thing called My Taste. It kind of learns the style that you're looking for, and it makes more music just right for you. And I have a model for My Taste set up, but like I said, I feel like the music I've been writing lately is even better. So I wanted to make a separate one, like another model, but I don't see a option of having two separate My Taste models. It looks like I have to delete this one, or it says revert to generated. I don't know what that means. I don't want to revert to generated to get a new model if that's going to delete this model that I already have set up, because it works pretty well. I've been getting good music from it, but I think I can update it.
Got no limit, yeah, that's right. Yeah, I'm limitless. I ain't got no limit, yeah, that's right. Yeah, I'm limitless. They can stop me now, yeah, that's right. Cause I'm limitless. It's my turn right now, watch me work. Yeah, I'm limitless. I ain't got no limit, yeah, that's right. Yeah, I'm limitless. I ain't got no limit, yeah, that's right.
Hey, and welcome to another video. This time we have version 5.5. The new model is here. And there's a bit of information about it. It's mostly focused, from what I can see, on being able to capture your voice, being able to streamline your personalities to your sound. So you can do things like upload a series of songs that you think is your taste, and it will do that. And then the new model for creation. So let's jump in and have a look. So as you can see here, we've got 5.5 up the top here, and you'll see we've got the ability to create a custom model. So let's click on that first before we drill into 5.5. So you'll see here you can name your model, and you can go in and put a number of songs, and it says, look, upload 24 plus songs for best results. And these are my Suno created songs, but you can come in and I think you can bulk upload. Yeah, so you see you can bulk upload into there. You can give it a name. Yeah, and so there we go. Custom models are available for you to use with references. So essentially that's sourcing the music in songs that you know how they sound, you know how they work, anything like that. Essentially, it's giving you your own ability to create your own custom music model to be able to generate off. Whether that's super successful or not, these things I think are in beta at the moment, so it'll be an interesting thing to see how that works. And I don't know if you saw when I opened it, it also indicated that there was a cost in your Suno credits to be able to generate this. So if you are going to upload stuff, you probably want to try and gather as much as you can all in one go. That's going to give you what you want. So let's go and create that custom model. Okay, so that looks like that should be up here available for us to select as my model. And it's saying it's cooking at the moment. So while we're doing that, let's go have a look at what 5.5 does. This is probably a pretty good example. So I went and created this version of a song. And as you can see, it's with version 5.
sure I'll make another Sunday. 'Cause days without you make me.
And we went and created this version of a song using the new creator. Let's go through here. Which is interesting to see the difference in there. What we've got now is, I think this used to be called personas. Yeah, they've been now recreated as voices. And you can go and create a voice, record or upload your voice. So once again, you've got the ability to do a couple of things here. So this is an interesting thing. I'm going to click this button. It's not my usual style to click these types of buttons and give away my my rights. But you'll see here that the creation of voice involves processing voice-related data. This may be biometric information, so it's your own voice under certain laws, and I consent to the collection and processing of such information in accordance with the Suno terms of service. So you are making your information available. So see here, these are the options. Sing in the style and language you want. Pick a quiet spot, get a good microphone, and record at least 10 seconds. And you'll see here, you can record, you can upload, or you can select from your library. That upload ability, you can go and select from existing files. Your library ability, you can select from the songs you've made, or obviously your record ability, you can record your voice from here. So when you go into voice, you can either record your own voice using the voice creation tools, or if you're creating the old personas, I'm going to come in here and grab this one here, and you'll see you can upgrade to version 5. So I'll do that and upgrade this. And once I've upgraded it to version 5, I believe I'm going to get the option to upgrade it to a voice. And you'll see if I choose these options, so I can do the legacy style, which is the personas, or I can do the new one, which is voice. And let's just go in and drop in this song. So let's do a cover of this. Let's get rid of that. And if I come in here and select voice, we can do that. So if we come back, this is the original song I created.
So close to many of us, trapped with eyes of hazel, focused on
Okay, guys. I think I see what I have to do, but I don't know. Let me do something real quick with this music. Hope these acrylic paints don't dry out on me.
Well, I think that one of the fundamental problems that we have as modern Westerners looking at this stuff is we have an inversion of the timeline of history. When we look at the timeline of history, we generally view our antecedents as like cavemen.
Yeah.
These are very ignorant people. They're basically, chimpanzees with better brain.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Seems fine. What's up, Joe?
Nice to meet you.
Great to be with you.
I've seen a lot of your content online, but the one that got me the most was absolutely the giant in Afghanistan, the Kandahar giant story. And I don't know if you know, but I had Devin Larott on the podcast, the arm wrestler, and he told a story about how when he was in the Canadian military, he was deployed in Afghanistan. And one of the guys that he was working with over there had to have a conversation with a local warlord. And he said this guy was 8 feet tall. He said this guy was fucking huge and not just tall, but wide. He said it was the biggest man he's ever seen in his life.
Well, I've heard a lot of things about giants in Afghanistan. And I find that, I talk about a lot of different topics. I talk about, and I say some things that I know could get me in trouble, but nothing makes me more nervous than talking about giants, specifically the Kandahar giant and the giants in Kandahar in general.
Why?
Mainly because when I talk to people who know things, they're very, very nervous when we get to this topic. And some of them will just flat out will not talk about giants in general, but specifically giants in Afghanistan. And some of these guys are high-level guys that worked at the Pentagon. And they'll talk rather freely with me about UFOs. But as soon as we broach this topic, it's like they literally will warn me, be careful with this topic.
What?
Yeah.
What do you make of that?
Well, I think that the topic of giants is intermeshed with the occult. That's my personal theory, because nothing else makes. Who cares if there's 8 foot tall guys, right? Big deal.
Right. Well, there's 8 foot tall humans, right? We were just talking about that young kid that's a basketball player that's 7'9", right? Yeah. So there's actual giants that are in public,
Right.
that like play for the NBA, and
Right.
they're out there. You can meet them.
Mm-hmm. But when I say giants, I'm talking about 9 to 12 feet tall. That's 8 to 12 feet tall. I would classify an 8 foot tall person as a giant as well, as long as they don't have gigantism.
Right.
That's a completely different thing.
Right.
Gigantism is a disability.
This Kandahar giant story is very crazy because what's interesting about it is the people that I've talked to that have been in Afghanistan, that were deployed in Afghanistan, not just Devin, but other people, they don't dismiss it. They say, we've heard some weird shit about that place. And the thing that they always say is, you got to realize, like, Afghanistan is an old country. It's old and it's very remote. Like, most of it is very mountainous. It's controlled by warlords. And, look, there's these, what are those? Are they Greek or Roman, those structures that are there that date they look like Greek temples that date back to Alexander the Great,
Mhm.
and archaeologists can't study them. They can't go there
Yeah.
because it's too dangerous.
It's one of the most remote places on the planet, specifically because it's so dangerous. You
Yeah.
can't just go strolling around Afghanistan. I mean,
Right.
it probably would be easier to go to Antarctica than Afghanistan. And
It's kind of hilarious.
so the story of the Kandahar giant.
Yeah, let's tell the story.
This story has grown into a mythology over the years. Years ago, I was working with a gentleman named Steve Quayle, and we started a production company called Gen 6 Productions. And we were making documentary films mainly about giants, mainly on the topic of giants.
Giants as like referred to in the Bible, in
Yeah,
ancient
just-
history, the Smithsonian giants.
That's right, biblical and historical accounts of giants. So I was traveling around the world investigating giants, and Steve is known for his investigations into giants. And he got a phone call from an elderly woman who told him, "You need to talk to my son. My son has a story he needs to tell you." And she had to convince her son to talk to Steve, and ultimately he did. And he was active duty. He was a C-130 pilot, active duty. He actually went on coast to coast with Steve. They went on coast to coast together, and he related his story, I believe, with George Norrie, him, Steve, and George. And then later on, we flew him into Bozeman, Montana to put him in our documentary film that we were making. And he wanted to be filmed in silhouette. He did not want his face out there, even though he knew that they're going to be able to mark him just by his voice. So he flies into Bozeman. We meet with him. He shows us his credentials. He was active duty C-130. And then he told us the following story, among many other things that he told us. He said back in 2005, he was deployed in Afghanistan and Iraq running missions as a C-130 cargo pilot. And oftentimes they would have him fly into Bagram Airfield. And these were routine missions. And so on one of these missions, he's flying into Bagram. But this time when he landed, he was met, as soon as he deplaned, he was met on the tarmac by some individuals that he describes as the babysitters. He calls them the babysitters. He thinks they were either Army intelligence or Air Force intelligence guys. And they didn't tell him. But this was different because when he disembarked, they told him no photos, no mention of this ever. This never happened. So he knew that whatever was about to happen was top secret. And he had flown classified missions before, usually retrieving Taliban guys, what he described as high valued assets. But this was different because there were intelligence guys on the tarmac waiting for something. And it turns out what they were waiting for was the cargo that was being delivered on a forklift to the C-130. And the pilot says that the first thing that struck him as this cargo was moving toward him and his crew was the odor. He said it smelled like this, like musk, BO, and death. And it was extremely pungent. And when the cargo arrived, it was on an air cargo pallet, which is 7x9. And he could see that there was a person on the pallet in the fetal position. And this individual was so large that his hands and his feet and part of his head were hanging off the pallet. And he and his loadmaster and some Marines who accompanied the pallet, who accompanied this cargo, they were actually putting their feet up to this guy's feet, this dead giant's feet, and seeing how small their feet were compared to his. Now, the giant had red hair. He had 6 fingers on each hand, 6 toes on each foot. His feet were wrapped in like a crude canvas foot wrapping. And he was solid as a rock. Again, most of his body was covered by a tarp, but the pilot and the guys around him were hitting him with their fists. And he came up to about their midsection, laying in the fetal position. And the pilot told me he was solid as a rock, this guy. And he asked the Marines, what happened? Where did this guy come from? And they told him that they had heard that there was a team that was out in Afghanistan that was looking for Taliban or something. And they came upon a cave because there was a nearby village, and the villagers were bringing food and other artifacts to the mouth of this cave. And so they thought that they're aiding and abetting the Taliban. So they went into the cave, and rather than encountering the Taliban, what they found was this enormous humanoid who killed them all. And then, according to these soldiers, they deployed another team to go look for that team. And when they found the cave, they found the traces of that other team. They were ready, they were prepared, and they were able to kill the giant. In fact, the soldiers told the pilot that the giant was eating on members of the team who had killed previously. But these new guys, they took him down, and then they had a transport helicopter come in and airlift him to Bagram.
Did you ever try to find records of who was there and what casualties that were reported, deaths that were reported?
It's very difficult. The Pentagon actually released a statement some years ago, which was bizarre to me. Basically saying, and paraphrasing, the Kandahar giant incident never happened. There was never a giant that was killed in Afghanistan.
The Pentagon.
Yeah, it was a recent. It was like a spokesman from the Pentagon or something, or a release from the Pentagon.
Is this available online?
Yeah, they actually felt the need to debunk this.
That's hilarious.
Now,
that gets me sketchy.
Well, I believe the pilot because he was a very credible guy. He didn't want his name out there. He didn't want fame or notoriety. He was very nervous. He thought there's a good chance that they're going to recognize me by my voice. He was on Coast to Coast AM, and then he's on in our documentary. There's a good chance I'm going to get recognized, and there's going to be some reprisal. He was nervous. Now, they weighed the giant before they loaded him on the C-130 because they have to load everything that goes onto the C-130. The loadmaster weighed him. He weighed 1,100 pounds. And they estimated his height at 10 to 12 feet tall. And so they loaded him onto the C-130, and then they flew him to Qatar. And then they unloaded the cargo in Qatar. And our pilot told me he heard through the grapevine that the body ended up at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. He said, I don't know, that's just what I heard. So this is a firsthand account from the C-130 pilot who flew the body himself from Bagram Airfield to Qatar.
Why does all the weird shit go to Wright-Patterson?
That's a good question.
Because that's where the weird shit goes.
Wright-Patterson used to have the Blue Room. I don't know if they still have it, but they used to have a room there called the Blue Room where they had all of the alien artifacts that had been recovered and that they were studying. And it was completely off limits to anybody except for people who had access, the very few who had access. And but the Kandahar giant, that story, a colleague of mine, Elie Marsuli, he had another guy, a different guy. We interviewed the pilot, Steve and I. Elie had another guy come to him that was, I can't remember the details. He was a special forces guy. He had firsthand knowledge of the event as well. And we're not sure if it's the same one or a different one. If there was just one incident with the giants or if there were multiple incidents. Now, years later, this would be just a couple of years ago because we published that film, I think back in 2016. But just a couple of years ago, and I do have to be very careful here, I ran into a gentleman who was very high up, let's say, in the operations happening out there during the Iraq War and in Afghanistan. And this individual he'd flown a lot of missions, and he was a commander. And I asked him, we were having a casual conversation, and he starts to walk away, and I said, hey, you were in flying missions in Afghanistan. I said, have you ever heard about the Kandahar giant? And his wife was standing next to me, and he's sort of walking away. He turns around. The blood rushes out of his face, and he literally goes like this to me. Points to his phone. And his wife whispers, he can talk about that. So later on, I was able to, we agreed to meet it later on and in a very controlled environment. And he related a story to me that's the most wild story I've ever heard in my life. And I'm sorry, I can't relate it. I love this guy. I want to protect him. But it's not the giant of Kandahar, it's the giants of Kandahar. There's more than one. The military has known about it. And aside from him, I talked to other soldiers who've also had knowledge of the specific incident that I cited earlier, but then also in general, the giants in Afghanistan. And I have a friend of mine who I met some years ago. Actually, I was with Lou Elizondo at Lou's Bar in Wyoming. And a friend of Lou's who's now a friend there. And we were talking about the Kandahar giant. I was just telling him the story I told you. And he just couldn't believe it. He thought, this is nuts. This is crazy. And I said, okay, do something for me. Next time you're talking to somebody in government or in the military who you think maybe might know something about this, bring it up. See what happens. So he called me one day and he said, Tim, you're not going to believe it. He said, I was talking to, I have to be very careful here too. He said, I was talking to a certain individual who works for a senator. He's a staffer. I believe he's one of the chief of staff for the senator, or at the very least an advisor. And he's got a military background, special forces. And he said, I was sitting there, we're really good friends. He said, we're having a casual conversation, as we always do. And just in the midst of this conversation, I said, hey, what do you know about the Kandahar giant? And he said his face completely contorted. And they were no longer just being happy and laughing. He became very stern. And he said, what have you gotten yourself into? What are you looking into? He said, you need to be really careful. And he wouldn't tell him anything else. That's the kind of reaction that I get and others get whenever we try and get information on this story.
It's a very fun story. I don't know why it's so fun, but it's very fun. But the question is, what would be the reason why they would want to keep something like this a secret? I don't totally understand it.
I don't either.
I mean, if there really were a race of giants that survived, let's assume that what we're talking about is what's referenced in the Bible, right? Let's assume, or at least the Book of Enoch, or the Nephilim, right? If we're talking about giants, like the thing about giants is like Native Americans have stories about red-headed giants. They talk about the same thing, about them having 6 fingers and 6 toes. They have these same myths. Like, how is it that people from the Middle East and people from North America have this same ancient story? And what is it in reference to? Like, why does that?
It's ubiquitous. The legends of giants are universal all over the
Why
earth.
hide that? That's what I don't understand. Like, the stories about the Smithsonian are always fascinating.
Yeah.
Because the stories are, there have been archaeological digs and they have discovered like enormous femurs that they thought were like woolly mammoths or something. And then they realized like, well, this is a giant human. And they find hair, and the hair is red. And that they take these bones and they tuck them away somewhere. I mean, this is always the myth. They tuck them away in the basement of the Smithsonian or somewhere else. And for whatever reason, the general public is not allowed to know about this. And I don't totally understand. What is it about giants that they would try to keep from us? Like, if they find a new species of dinosaur that's extinct, they'll let you know.
Right.
Fascinating.
Right.
Amazing. They find Homo floresiensis, or however you say it, the little hobbit people.
Yeah.
Let you know. Look, we found little hobbit people. Pretty cool. Giants, for whatever reason.
You know, it's a conundrum, and
if it's real,
it's.
You think it's real?
Giants in general?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, 100%.
What makes you think it's real?
Okay, so let me tell you why I think that this thing's being covered up, and then I'll tell you why I think it's real, and we'll go to Sardinia for that. So I, like you, have been wondering for a long time, like, what is the big deal? And initially, people in my field, especially people who are coming from a biblical perspective, the common answer is, well, the existence of giants would affirm the biblical narrative, right? And so the secular atheist types don't want the biblical narrative affirmed. That can't be right, because the existence of giants doesn't just affirm the biblical narrative, it affirms the myths and legends of every ancient culture across the globe,
Right.
including the Bible. So it's not something that's specific, exclusive to the text of Scripture. So it would just affirm all these legends in general. So the only thing that makes sense to me at this point, and the other line of thinking, by the way, would be that it would somehow conflict with the theory of evolution by natural selection, which I don't really buy into that either, because they would just say that this branch of humanoids, they descended from Gigantopithecus or something like that. I don't think it would be that difficult of a problem for the theory of evolution by natural selection either. I'm not myself an evolutionist, but I don't see them having that difficult of a problem here. So the only thing left on the table for me is that there's something very sinister going on in regard to the remains of giants. And if you study the mythology of giants all over the world, especially in the ancient Near East, you will discover that there was, in fact, a cult of giants, that there were cultures that venerated giants, and that there was a very particular belief about giants. And this goes back into the book of Enoch. And the idea is that this race of beings who are not entirely human, they're hybrids, that when they die, you can still make contact with their spirits, with their souls. They can be summoned. In fact, these are the demons in the New Testament of the Bible, these are the demons that possess people. This is the origin of demons, by the way, in Hebrew cosmology. So there's this pervasive idea, again, especially in the ancient Near East, that dead giants can be communicated with and can possess living human beings, their spirits. And so you have a cult of giants in the ancient Near East, especially among the Canaanites. And the Canaanites, they had actually, there's various customs and rites related to giants, but one of the specific ones that we know about is called Kispam, the rite of Kispam. And there's a fantastic book written by my friends Derek and Sharon Gilbert called Veneration, where they detail the rite of Kispam and this idea of making contact with the spirits of dead giants and the veneration of giants. And the rite of Kispam was practiced, broadly speaking, in the ancient Near East, but specifically among the Amorites and other Canaanite clans as well. And what they would do is they would hold a feast, and then they would invite the dead to come and join them at the feast. So this was a necromantic rite. And they would evoke the dead, and they believed that the dead would come and now the kings, and specifically the Amorite kings, they would invoke the spirits of the mighty ones, the great ones, the giants of old, the Rephaim. The biblical account names various different clans of giants that inhabited the Levant during and after the conquest by Joshua and the Hebrews. And you had the Anakim, who descended from the Nephilim. You had the Rephaim, the Zamzummim, the Amim. These are various clans of giants that are specifically named in the Bible. Of course, we get Goliath of Gath. Gath is a Philistine city. After Joshua entered the promised land, he drove out and eradicated a lot of these giant clans. But some of them remained. Some of the individuals remained, and they went to the Philistine cities of Gaza, Gath, and Ashdod. And so you have Goliath of Gath, who David encounters later in the biblical text. So it's these heroes of old, these descendants of the Nephilim, that the Amorites and the ancient Near Easterners are attempting to make contact with, because they have knowledge, and these are possessing spirits. And so the rite of Kispam, the kings would summon the Rephaim by name. And you can find this in the Ugaritic texts. Ugarit was an Amorite city-state located on the shore of the Mediterranean in what is today northern Syria. And they have uncovered documents where the Amorite kings are summoning, specifically by name, summoning dead giants, the Rephaim. And the idea is to summon them and then to become empowered by their spirits, their possessing spirits. Again, this goes back to the tradition of Enoch. Spirits are in sort of a state of suspension, and they can be revived. They can be resurrected, as it were, and can be made to inhabit the bodies of human beings. So there's this ancient in the ancient Near East and other parts of the world. And it's associated with the cult of Baal. So you have Baal, the giants are thought of as the warriors of Baal. So today we know that the cult of Baal persists. I mean, the Epstein files. We know that the cult of Baal is still being practiced.
When you say the Epstein, what do you mean? What is
There's references to Baal, and there's this recurrent theme of Baal worship. And Baal, Jesus refers to Baal as Satan in the New Testament. So it's basically Satanism. It's a satanic cult.
And how's it referenced in the Epstein files?
There's some references to Baal. I can't remember the exact references, but there's apparently a cult of Baal, and the elites are obsessed with some of the elites. I don't know who or how many of them, but it's becoming increasingly apparent that there's an infatuation with these ancient Near Eastern cults, specifically the Canaanitish cults. And so the reason why I'm going through all of this is because I think it's still alive and well today in society. And I believe that they're using the bones, the remains of giants in these practices. I think it's extremely dark. I think this is part of the reason why there may be a cover-up around it. Nothing else makes sense to me. Nothing else makes sense.
In terms of the cover-up?
In terms of the cover-up, what we were talking about earlier.
It makes sense to me that you have incredibly powerful, wealthy people that don't want to be
don't know.
exposed as
I appreciate you dropping by.
perverts and whatever the fuck they were up to.
We're working on some
All the
music
weird
over
shit
here
with
real quick,
beef jerky,
but it's
and
not.
pizza.
Suno is kind of messing
there's
right
these
now.
very strange references that seem to not be talking about beef jerky. Not it's some kind of code.
Yeah.
And there's also the fact that he brought
I kind of fucked up, I guess.
sulfuric acid,
Mhm.
like right after he was in.
So in order to make a new style model in Suno, they want you to use your Suno tracks, which I understand. But I've already published all of my last music. It's like out there for the public. But I still wanted to use those songs because they're my most recent songs to like train a new model. And Suno is like, oh, well, this song has copywritten lyrics in it. We can't use that. So since I've already published and copywritten my music, I can't use it to train my new model, which is fucking crap because, like I said, the stuff that I have been doing recently is some of the better material. I wanted to definitely build a new model around my more recent music. But shit. I didn't think that would be. But then it says, oh, upload music that you have permission to. It is. I do have. It's my fucking music. Why can't you use my music as my model, even though it's already published? I get it though, because they feel like then if they can't verify that shit, I don't want nobody else downloading my music saying it's their shit, trying to make their shit sound like mine. So oh well, we tried. Bruh. The fuck? Nigga always fucking some shit up, bro. I tell you. Don't leave this man in the studio by himself. He gonna fuck it up. I promise you. I promise you. Every time, bro. You gotta watch this dude, bro. So my dreams of having a new voice model just got shattered. Because there are very few songs that I have to upload now because I just published that last album. And now the only songs that I have are the 8 songs. But Suno tells you for your custom model, you need to upload anywhere from 26 to 30 songs. I don't have 30 unpublished tracks. Yeah, that's not gonna work for me. Oh well. All right, so the white is basically done. I mean, there's a few spots where you can see a little pencil. Is it gonna kill me? Not at all. Will most people notice it? I really doubt it. There's one other spot I saw. I see a mistake I made too, but I'm honestly just gonna leave it because I keep overlooking it. I know it's there, but I don't see it, so I doubt if anybody else will see it. But when I look at it, I see it, and it's like, oh, that's not right. But then, like, if you don't look too hard, you don't even notice that shit at all, really. It's so weird. All right, this flower here doesn't have any stamens in it. This one has to have like the little design inside the flower. For that, I actually want to touch up this inner color a little bit and touch up the turquoise to make those blue lines a little sharper. I'm gonna hit this spot one more time with the white. And so I'm thinking about adding some transition colors in the green or maybe in the stem somewhere. Not really sure, but I want to get this shit done today. Get this background wrapped up today and get back into finishing that next whisper painting. And if we can knock that shit out throughout this week, this upcoming week and weekend, I can let it dry for a week or two and still have enough time to varnish that and get it ready for the show as well. But since this is the main showpiece, I definitely want to get this done first. Really just trying to use up whatever white paint I have left in here. It's not a lot. It's not gonna hurt to like go back over some spots. Uh-oh, don't move, nigga. Careful. Fuck, bro. Man, this thing looks good though. We thought about doing different colors for the background. Initially, I was gonna do a green. I didn't like it. I thought the green may have been too dark. Mizu suggested like a bone color or a soft yellow, which I think would look good too. But I don't know. I really, really like just this stark white contrast. I feel like it really pushes everything to the front. And the main thing that I was concerned about with adding like any kind of color to the background is the shirt he's wearing. It feels like any color would pull him into the background. Any color I add to the background would pull him into the background instead of making him stand out from the background. So I really wanted this bold, forward-feeling image. I didn't want the character to be a part of the background. Like I said, his shirt has that floral pattern on it. I think it would have pushed him too far back. He would have been part of the scenery instead of being the focal point. Oh, don't know. I appreciate you coming and stopping by, bro. Catch you next time, broski. Okay, so now we're gonna get what I said, turquoise. Let's touch up these two blue flowers, and then we'll try to fill that one in. Where's that turquoise paint? We probably just do this right on the brush, maybe. And add a little paint right to the brush like that. And like I said, actually, I just want to like crisp up these lines a little bit. You know, I don't give a fuck about these lines, bro. Y'all know, hey, it ain't gotta be straight. It just gotta look straight. Y'all know how I feel about that. As long as the portrait is beautiful, hey, everything else is secondary. Them lines, you know what I'm saying? I ain't lying about them lines, man. They can do what they want to do. And if they don't want to do what they want to do, it's fine too, man. Because I ain't about to sit here fucking around with these things too hard. Like I said, this right here, what I'm doing is just for me because the viewers ain't really going to see this shit. But where it should be a little more pointy, and just a little more uniform, where those blues are at, that darker blue. This just makes me feel better. That's all. Look at that, easy peasy. And then that side is the worst one, I think. And I actually track some paint over there. Come on. Okay. This one. I got a little bit of white, a little bit of that other color right there. Kind of cover that up. And try to straighten out some of these lines here. This kind of thing right here. All right. I think those look a little neater. Now, what I said, we're going to have to fill in that purple flower. TPG in this bitch. You know what I'm saying? TPG. Mm.
They did
Right.
to the island, like I forget how many gallons of it,
Mhm.
but barrels of sulfuric acid,
Right.
which is what you would use to dissolve bodies. So it's like it seems like there's a lot of reasons for a cover up. If this guy was running some sort of blackmail operation and had information on powerful people, that would make sense that's why they would cover it up.
Well, that's the cover up of the pedophilia.
Or but even if it's not pedophilia, even just adultery
Right,
or drug use or whatever.
The ball thing apparently comes up on a bank file, and it may have been misinterpreted. It does say BAAL.name. People who are digging into this say that it might have just been a misinterpretation. That's the only mention of it.
Misinterpretation?
Yeah, I mean, it's how another page here shows it. Here's like the document.
Mm-hmm.
It might have just, I don't know, it doesn't even say it there, but I can see it.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly.
Here's where it says it, you know.
Exactly where bail is referenced specifically.
Yeah, right there.
There for one place for
The
sure.
bank document, I don't know if that has anything to do with the occult specifically.
But just imagine if it's the name of Satan and this is the name of your bank account.
Yeah. Yeah, that's quite a. Yeah.
That's at least creepy.
Yeah, for
At
sure.
least creepy.
Yeah, so you have this scenario in which, let's just say for the sake of argument that it's true. Okay, that the legends are true, the giants are real, that you can make contact with their spirits
Through their bones?
maybe through their remains, that, or at least people believe this. And so
Is there some sort of a method that they use?
Yeah, well, okay, so this will get us into Sardinia. So whenever anyone asks me, what's the best evidence you've ever seen for the existence of giants? Now, you've already cited some historical context around this. The legend of giants is everywhere. It's in every continent. And you have giants, aside from the biblical account, obviously all over the Mesopotamia, the cult of giants. In the United States, during the era of the Smithsonian Gate, the Smithsonian Institution's apparent cover-up of giants, especially the ones that were being discovered in the mounds here in the United States. But it's pervasive. In Peru, there's legends of giants. And the natives, the indigenous peoples, absolutely believe there was a primordial race of giants. The same thing in Central America. They believe there was a primordial race of giants that was destroyed in a cataclysm, specifically a flood. That's what the Inca believed. That Viracocha, the god Viracocha, created first a race of giants, but they were stupid and evil, and so he destroyed them in a flood. Same story down in up in Mexico and among the Aztec, and the Native Americans, the six-fingered red-haired giants, and so forth. So there's a lot of historical context, and of course it's anecdotal, but how much anecdotal evidence at one point does anecdotal evidence just become evidence when it's so pervasive all over the world?
Right.
So as I was traveling around the world studying giants and researching this topic and investigating different stories and legends, I went to Malta, which is very interesting. Obviously, lots of legends of giants in Malta associated with the megaliths. And then I kind of hit ground zero for giants, which is the island of Sardinia. And the island of Sardinia is located west of Rome. It's part of Italy. It's in the Western Mediterranean, below Corsica. And many people don't realize this about Sardinia, but Sardinia has the highest, has the most megaliths anywhere on Earth. It is the highest concentration of megaliths anywhere that I've been, as far as I'm aware. There are these massive megalithic towers called nuraghi that were constructed allegedly by the, or conventionally by the Nuragic civilization, Bronze Age civilization. And there are today still at least 7,000 of these things standing. You can go to Sardinia and see 7,000 Nuraghi towers. There were at one time 10 to 30,000 of these megalithic towers. And some of these towers stood over 100 feet tall.
Jamie, can we see some pictures of you? Yeah, how would he look?
Nuraghi, Sardinia, Nuraghi.
I
Nuraghi's
got three different
They're there.
things, so I guess this is it. Yeah, that's what it is.
So what is the timeline of this Nuragic? How do you say it? Nuragic?
The Nuragic civilization. It's the Bronze Age.
Yeah, the Bronze Age. So what is that?
3,300 BC to about 1,200 BC.
And that's what this stuff is from.
And they say it was. They say that these were built in the Bronze Age. That's the conventional idea. And again, there's 7,000 of them on the island today, but there were up to, I've seen estimates up to 30,000, including in the museum in Sardinia.
Tom Ogle drove 200 miles on only 2 gallons of gasoline.
Royal Raymond Wright claimed he could heal cancer using sound frequencies.
Nikola Tesla built Wardenclyffe Tower, hoping that it would power the.
And aside from these towers, they also have, these are, by the way, these are megalithic. So these are megalithic towers that are constructed in the Cyclopean style. And Cyclopean masonry, Cyclopean architecture is the trademark of megaliths worldwide. And Cyclopean, this is the archaeological term for the technique. Cyclopean referencing the great Cyclopes of Greek mythology, who were believed to be the inventors of tower building. And, you know, the builders, the offspring of the gods who were the great builders and masons. That's the mythology. But the trademark of Cyclopean architecture is that these are large stones that are fitted together without the use of any binding agent, like mortar, without any kind of mortar. And you have exquisite examples of Cyclopean masonry in different parts of the earth, like in Peru. The walls of Sacsayhuaman are absolutely amazing, breathtakingly beautiful in regard to their design and the polygonal, tightly fitting blocks, immense blocks of stone. Whereas in Sardinia, these are crude blocks, the crudely worked blocks of basalt and granite and limestone that are fitted together, but without the use of mortar. So they are built in the Cyclopean style. And again, some of them were 100 feet tall. And they had some of them were for defensive purposes. And some of them had a wooden platform that crowned the top. And that platform was buttressed by the very large stones that were finely cut, sometimes basalt. I've seen some of these stones in Sardinia. And I've been to the island a few times researching the towers and giants. And aside from the towers, these megalithic towers, you also have megalithic tombs, which are called to this day the tombs of the giants. And you can go and visit them. There's 800 of them extant today. And archaeologists believe there were many more in the past. No one knows exactly how many, but oftentimes it seems to me that the towers and the tombs are closely associated. They fulfill a function, I think, that is interrelated. And the megalithic tombs of the giants, the legends according to legend in Sardinia, they were associated with the bodies of giants. But of course, today you have armchair archaeologists who'll say that's just a myth. You couldn't even fit bodies inside of these tombs. Yes, you could. I mean, none of these guys have ever bothered to go to Sardinia with a tape measure. I did. And yes, you can. You can fit the bodies of 8, 9, 10 foot tall guys in these tombs without a problem. And there's 2 different styles of megalithic tombs in Sardinia. You have the Stele style, which there's a large stele stone, a monolithic stone in the front with a little doorway in it. And the doorway is almost like a little doggy door at the bottom. but it's big enough. I mean, a young person could crawl through it. And then you have the trilithon doorway, this style of megalithic tomb, which is a larger doorway. You still have to, like a guy my size would still have to bend down to get inside, but the tombs are configured the same. They're shaped the same, these two different styles. And what a lot of people misunderstand about the tombs is the tombs were not built to house the bodies of giants. They were built on top of the interred giant. So the giant was inhumed beneath the tomb. It was buried beneath the tomb, and then the edifice was built on top. So that opening.
Where are you getting this information?
Oh, this is known in Sardinia. I spent a lot of time researching the tombs of the giants in Sardinia and talking to various experts.
And who are these experts? Like local historians? Like what?
Some of them, yeah. There's you can go to the you can also go to the museums in Sardinia and read a lot of this stuff. Now I have a friend named Paula Loy, who's I think she's the best tour guide in Sardinia. And she's extremely knowledgeable about all this stuff. She'll take you to the museum and you walk through all of this information with her. And they have little models in the museum of the tombs of the giants. And there's a legend in Sardinia that it's called the rite of incubation. And this is a necromantic rite that was practiced by the Sardinians. And it describes the purpose of the tombs. So the tombs, when you walk into the tombs, again, they're megalithic. The walls are megalithic. Some pretty large stones incorporated in these tombs. When you walk into the tombs, there's a gallery inside. And the gallery is rather large. You could fit a body of a giant in there, but that's beside the point because that's not the purpose of the tomb. The purpose of the tomb, of the gallery inside the tomb, it's to accommodate a young person during a rite of passage. And during the Bronze Age, you're talking about boys from 12 to 14 years old, right? Generally speaking. And they would go into the tomb alone, and they would be sealed in the tomb. So that little doggy door that's in the stele version of the tombs of the giants, they would crawl in there, and then they would be sealed inside. And there's a little on most of those stele tombs, there's a little hole at the top as well. So it's not like they're sealed in there and they can't breathe or anything. No, they would go in there and they would spend some days in the tomb alone.
This is what it looks like.
That's one of the doors with the stele monolithic stone. And they're all shaped the same. It's hard to tell because they've been disassembled. Many of them have been disassembled. But you can see there the trilithon. That's a trilithon tomb. And that's something else. That's a well. But the tombs are all shaped. You can see down there. See the picture right below that one. There you go. See how the tombs are shaped?
Yeah.
Now, that's how all these tombs are shaped that way. This has to do with the rite of incubation. So the young person would go inside the gallery. They'd be sealed inside, the young boy. And the purpose of this was to incubate inside of the gallery in order to be empowered and energized by the spirit of the mighty one buried beneath the tomb. And again, according to legend, the mighty ones were giants. So I don't think it's coincidental that the tombs are actually shaped like a womb. If you look at that, the view of the tomb from above, originally when I was researching this in Sardinia, I thought it was shaped like a bull's head, which would be something like the iconographic of Molech or something like that, Canaanitish. But I realized that actually this is shaped like a womb. The tomb looks like a womb. If you pull up a womb, you'll see what I mean. It looks like a womb, shaped like a womb. And this was to accommodate the rite of incubation. And so these young people, the idea is they're in there, they are communing, incubating in the presence of the dead hero, buried beneath. And they're absorbing their spirit, their prowess. And then the tomb is unsealed, and the young person emerges from the womb, as it were. It's like a new birth. They went in a boy, they're now coming out a man empowered by the spirit of their ancestral heroes. So these are called, to this day, the tombs of the giants. Now, you can say, well, that's just mythology, that's just Sardinian legend. The problem is, you can interview people, or at least you could in times past, interview Sardinians all across the island who have themselves dug up the bones of giants or encountered the bones of giants in some kind of in some context, usually around the towers, the Nuragi towers. I interviewed dozens of people in Sardinia, most of them elderly, who had themselves encountered the bones of giants in different contexts, while plowing in fields. They pull up bones, or they would find the bones in the tombs or whatever. And it's very easy to dismiss the whole thing as, well, they're just digging up megafauna, right? The bones of mastodons and giant sloths. The problem is, some of these bones had jewelry. Some of them had Roman coins associated with them. Some of them had rings on the fingers and necklaces around the neck, the collar. And they would actually, most of these were old timers, because it's not really happening anymore in Sardinia. This is something that was happening in the 60s, 50s, 40s, 30s, and back. But especially between, like, post-World War II, when the island was undergoing a process of industrialization, and they were building new roads and digging for foundations and stuff. They were digging up the bones of giants. And there's a particular church called Santa Anastasia in Sardinia, and it's in the region of Sadara. And I interviewed two gentlemen in Sardinia, two guys who were officially employed by the municipality and by the University of Cagliari. Cagliari is the capital city of Sardinia. They were specifically employed to excavate the ruins, the Nuragic ruins, on the premises of the Church of Santa Anastasia. Santa Anastasia is a small little Catholic church. But if you go there, you'll see that even today, you can see the remains of a Nuragic settlement there. There are Nuragi towers there. It's an archaeological site. And these two individuals, one of them, his name was Giuseppe, the other's name was Roberto. And Giuseppe worked there from, I believe it was 1979 to 1981. And then Roberto worked there from 1982 to 1984. Both of these guys employed officially, in an official capacity from the municipality of Sadara, to do this excavation. And so they would be there. The protocol was, you go and you excavate the ruins, and all the artifacts you find get put into the church. So all the artifacts went into the church of Santa Anastasia. You can see this church, by the way, if you pull it up. It's called Santa Anastasia in Sardinia. And all the bones were put into the church. All the artifacts were put into the church. And among the artifacts that were being collected were the skeletons of giants, and not mastodons, not giant sloths.
Photographs of these things?
These guys, of course not. But these guys were very reluctant to talk to us. The one guy, Roberto, was very nervous. He said, we were told never to talk about this. This never happened. Again, this was back in the 80s. He didn't think anything of it. He wasn't told, go to Santa Anastasia and look for the bones of giants. He was just told, go excavate the site. He was one of the excavators in Santa Anastasia. And the whole thing was being supervised by the municipality and the university. And he dug up, personally, he said he dug up the bodies, 2 bodies, 10-foot tall guys, full skeletons. And he laid them out these ones he laid out in the courtyard of the church. And he said he notified the people in Cagliari of the discovery. And what would happen is all the artifacts that would go into the church, or in this case, outside of the church, somebody would come at night and take them all away. So they get there in the morning, all the artifacts are gone. He didn't know where they went. The other individual, Giuseppe, he also excavated giants from Santa Anastasia. Various artifacts related to the giants, gigantic plates, gigantic cups and goblets, chalices. They excavated a lot of different artifacts, rings and earrings and necklaces and all manner of artifacts. And he told me that he remembers a particular case in which he and his wife was helping on this particular day. They're excavating in the ruins, And they found a skull that was so large. So the skulls were 3 to 4 times larger than ours. He found this skull that was very large, and it had part of the vertebrae attached. Some of these remains were not just skeletal. There was like almost like mummified. And he and his wife together carried it into the church. He told me that while they were digging, they unsealed a compartment inside of one of the towers. There's this large room that was sealed, like it had collapsed or whatever, it was sealed. And they opened it up and they went inside, and there was a giant, this very large person sitting at a table. And there were a really large plate and an oversized chalice there. And he was eating oysters and mussels and clams that were still on the plate. And he was very large. I mean, these guys they're when I say large, they're 9 to 12 feet tall. That's how tall these guys are. And it was remarkable. He was extremely well preserved. And because apparently he had been almost like hermetically sealed in this thing. And so they took all the artifacts and the bones and put them into the church. And the next day they were all gone. I mean, this was the procedure. These guys uncovered a lot of interesting stuff at that one particular excavation, the Church of Santa Anastasia in Sarda. And they were filling the church up with so many artifacts that Giuseppe told me that he went over to the mayor and he told the mayor, is there anywhere else that we can put these bones, these artifacts, because we're running out of space in the church? And he was surprised at the mayor's response. The mayor looked at him and said, mind your own effing business. Put the artifacts in the church and shut your mouth. So these are the kind of stories I would hear all the time in Sardinia. I mean, I could go on and on and on. I talked to one guy that was Cy Virgilio, was his name. He was 100 years old. Very, very interesting guy. And Cy had been on a site when he was a young man. He told me a couple of stories, but he told me that he was working in a vineyard one time, and they were excavating this. They weren't excavating. They were tilling the soil to plant a vineyard. And as they're tilling the soil, they start to dig up bones, and they realize these are very large skeletal remains. And they found like 20 of them, and they were laying on top of each other in a crisscross pattern. And so as soon as they started to find these bones, the owner of the vineyard said, stop, I have to notify the authorities. So he notifies the authorities, and he came back to the workers and said, you guys have to get out of here. The authorities are coming. You have to leave now. And Cy said that everyone left, but he hid in the bushes until everyone had left, and he went back to work in the field because he said, I needed the money and I wanted to actually get paid for the day's wage. So I went back and I worked, and I kept tilling the field. And he said, all of a sudden, the owner of the field came back and he said, what are you doing here? I told you to leave. And he said, I needed the money, so I'm going to keep working. And the guy said, no, I'll pay you double. Just get out of here. And while they're talking, the government guys pull up. And they pull up in some various vans, and they come out and they start taking pictures of all the bones. And they take pictures of the bones of these skeletal remains that are laying in these cross configurations. And then they load them all into the vans. And then they went up into the nearby Nuraghe. There was a Nuraghe there, one of these megalithic towers. And they were inside the Nuraghe looking at something, taking pictures. And Cy said that they sealed up, like with cement, they sealed up this tunnel, this something inside of it. And then they left. And I heard dozens of these stories in Sardinia, dozens. These people have no reason to lie to me. I mean, most of these are old timers. We didn't pay them. They live out in the country. I don't know if you've ever been to Sardinia. It's like going back in time in Italy. These are very simple people who live out in the country. But as I said earlier, the bones of these giants are being found with artifacts.
Save time creating content and generate a high-quality clone of your voice with 11 Labs. Change the way you record podcasts, voiceovers, and branded content with the #1 AI-powered voice-generating technology. Stop searching for the perfect voice and stop wasting time re-recording take after take. Try 11 Labs for free and start elevating your content today.
For just $67, you can generate as many videos as you want and never have to worry about showing your face on camera or using complex editing tools. With only a few clicks with Clippy.
Sorry to interrupt, but I'm looking at a story where they're talking about finding skeletons there. They're calling them skeletons, they're calling them giants, but they're referring to statues. And
those are the giants of Monte Prado. Those are just statues of the giants of Monte Prado.
There's news articles. This goes back to the 70s.
Yeah, those are just statues. Yeah, those are in a museum there.
But they call them skeletons. That's the only thing I was saying. So there's like a little.
No, they're stone. They're in the museum.
I know.
They're about 7 feet tall, I think. Some people wonder if those are actually
uncovered skeletons. I saw another article here where it said like they found 2 giant skulls, but they're talking about the statues.
Yeah, some people wonder if those statues actually represented the anatomical proportions of the giants. I don't know. I don't know that that's the case. But yeah, that's about all you're going to hear if you go through.
It just seems insane that there's not a photo, something of all these things, or that some wealthy, crazy person didn't get a hold of someone and say, listen, I'll give you $10 million. Get me a hand. I want to put it in a glass case in my house. Because we know that they've done that with Egyptian stuff. Like a lot of Egyptian artifacts have been pilfered.
Yep, a lot of artifacts from Peru.
Yes.
Central and South America. Yeah, there's a very robust black market.
Which is so wild. Like, who are these people that have these things?
That's a good question. Well, I was told in Sardinia, they told me that in some cases the bones were confiscated. They were gathered up and thrown into vehicles and carted away. Sai told me another story where he was digging a foundation for a house, he and an associate, and they came upon a very large sarcophagus, and they pried it open, and he said there was a body of a very large person inside and had it was wearing some sort of black fabric, and there were coins that were minted from Antoninus Pius, the Roman emperor, from that time. And they reported there was a local priest, and they told the priest that they found a body, right? Like, we found a dead body. What do we do? And so the priest came over and he looked down to the pit. He said, give me the coins. I gave him the coins. He said, break the bones up and distribute them in the foundation of the house. I mean, this was, if you went to Sardinia today, I think you would think to yourself, okay, yeah, I can see how there's no one's taking pictures or anything over here. This is like going way back in time in Italy, especially back in the 40s, 50s, and 60s, when most of these things happened. Now, the excavations at Santa Anastasia happened in the late 70s, early 80s. But all these other stories are coming from the 60s, 50s, 40s. So, there was just so many people who I talked to. Random people would tell me as I interviewed them that, oh yeah, I was digging in my basement one time and years ago, and I dug up a hand. It was a hand, 5 fingers, and it was 3 times the size of my hand. Now that's
5 fingers.
Yeah, that's random. That could just be megafauna something. I don't know what a giant sloth hand looks like or whatever. And let me say this: there is no question, no question, that a lot of the accounts that you hear about giants, not the ones associated with coins and jewelry, but a lot of the accounts that you hear about giants and the skeletons of giants, they do have prosaic explanations. A lot of them do end up being megafauna bones, especially giant sloths and stuff like that. There was a case in Peru, actually it was in Ecuador. This is referenced in the Chronicles of Peru, that there's a place called Santa Elena, and it's a peninsula in Ecuador. And there's various chroniclers who talk about this. And these are the chroniclers who chronicled the history of the conquest of Peru, the Pizarro and the conquistadors who defeated the Inca. And they say that there was a race of giants, giants came up, the natives told the conquistadors and the chroniclers that, according to legend, giants came over the sea on large reed boats. And these giants were very, very large, and they had red hair, and some of them were naked, and some of them were dressed in very primitive clothing. And they landed on the shores of Santa Elena, one of the places they landed, and they began to terrorize the local population. The indigenous people hated them because they were eating all of the food. I mean, the natives said that they consumed 50 times the amount of food as a regular sized person. And so the natives hated them. They said that the giants built these deep wells. They dug these really deep wells, which you could still see. The conquistadors said we could still see them today. They built these houses with very large blocks and huge beams of wood, which were still there when the conquistadors are writing about this in the 16th and or 17th and 18th centuries. And according to legend, these giants, they were sodomites, and they didn't have any women with them. And they were basically struck down by God. And the natives have that and other legends regarding giants being destroyed by God in various ways. But it turns out that Santa Elena it's one of the most important sites for megafauna bones. And there's tons of megafauna, especially giant sloths. So you have lots of megafauna bones in Santa Elena. And I have no doubt that the natives and
4.5 hours. But we got this thing done. I'm gonna call it finished. I already signed it and everything, so it's a wrap. Mm-hmm. And we're done with that, bro. Okay, it's gonna be on to the next one. You gotta get that that whisper back on the easel. And say hopefully I can run through those skin tones and beef up the clothes a little bit and have that one done in a week or so. And then we'll probably prep like 3 or 4 canvases at a time for this next Whisper series instead of trying to prep canvases in between. Like, so I just want to get what I have done now and get all this shit done. All right. Oh, my dumb ass. This was oil paint. I'm sitting up there flicking it around in the goddamn water. Fucking retard. I forgot I just signed my name in oils and not acrylics. I'm like, why isn't this fucking paint coming off in the water? What the hell is going on? Because I'm stupid. That's what's going on. I'm a retard. All right, broski. I sure appreciate you kicking it with me in the studio today, man. Keeping me company here, checking out the new music, and helping me walk through this painting. We didn't walk this one down to the final stroke. I got a picture of it. I'm probably gonna try to edit this photo real quick. And honestly, bro, I haven't been feeling great. I don't even know what my meal prep is for this week. I need to go evaluate a shopping list and try to head to the store and grab some stuff so I can have some food this week. I think that's my next big plan. All right, anyway. Hope you have a good one, bro. All right, catch you in the next one. Peace. We out of here.